Let us have people write this thing before we start presentations. So it is important. I'm going to stop the chat. When it's time for you to ask questions, I will open the chat. It's very, very distracting. I'm Dr. Fred, something from this, I salute you and all of that. Let that not distract us from the presentation. I will open the chat when it is time so to do. Please go on, sir. I've closed the chat.
Okay, thank you, Say. Sustainable development is really about focusing on the present so that it will give an assurance for the future. And as an international community, we already have the SDGs defined in every way, and the quality education is the main focus of this particular conference that we have today. And what is very interesting with quality education is that it cascades across all the SDGs that we know of. And at the centerpiece of all these SDGs, for us to attain sustainable development, we have to focus on education, primarily open and distance learning. So open and distance learning affects and has an impact on all these issues to do with the poverty reduction, health issues, economic issues, inequalities, and other aspects of life. So if we do dwell well and take care of the quality of education, we'll be able to address all the SDGs that impact all of us in the world and in Africa. The African Union has a specific mandate and focus that it has given with respect to the science, technology, and innovation strategy for Africa called STISA. And this particular strategy has priorities that focus primarily on reduction of hunger, issues to do with the diseases, communication, protection, and creating wealth. And so when we look at all these things, we get to the point now where we see all our countries facing a major challenge. If we look at the African countries, the GDP per capita for most of our countries is generally very low. And particularly in Southern Africa, it's actually much, much lower. We have highest figures like Seychelles, Mauritius, around 11,000 and so on. And then we have on the lowest side, the very low figures, like Malawi, 389 and 528. So it's a disturbing figure because the GDP per capita of our countries is very, very low, and it's cutting across the whole Africa. What it simply shows is that we've got a sustainable development problem characterized by relatively low GDP per capita. And there's also a limited capacity for industrialization and modernization. The other thing to take note of also, which is clearly evident, is that the economic frameworks we've used in our countries, they've not really yielded a meaningful kind of development. It appears like we've been doing more of copy and paste approach to economic frameworks, and that has not given us good results. Now, we are then also surrounded by a situation now where there's a phenomenal growth in the use of internet-based technologies, where we are subjected to a lot of threats, cyber attacks, and other kind of challenges. And this is why we need to take advantage of this advanced technology and take care also of the economic frameworks, reframe them appropriately, and shape our ways and shape our future in a better way.
You have 5 more minutes, Professor Kaban. You have 5 more minutes.
Okay. So this particular research was focusing on all these areas so that we deal with economic framework, deal with and look at the research that we're looking at today, and address the main question on how we can anchor this investment with a priority on technology. What I'm simply saying is that we need to invest on technological investment in education so that we then address the sustainable development problems that we face on the continent. The table for investment requires us to look at a bigger picture in a bigger way and take care of many things. Now, the starting point is to look at the strategy for ACDE. The CESA strategy requires us to really attend to awareness campaigns on technological investments, come up with creative collaborative communities and quality assurance, capacity building, and prepare ourselves with regards to investments in science and technology. The approach that I took with this particular research is not just, if you are looking at this, solving this problem, we don't just have to deal with classical research approaches. Those are not adequate. What is required in the approach which I've used is one where we have to look at an integral research architecture which takes care of all the empirical issues, storytelling, and a combination of different methodologies together so that we understand the story of Africa in a better way. And this is why all these core methods then must be combined. And that is the best approach for us to look at the future of Africa in a way. So this integral research methodology that I'm talking about, builds up from a number of things that have been done in the past by various countries. And in particular, the approach I'm sharing with you is essentially a pragmatic approach that combines both qualitative and quantitative, plus a lot of other things from the integral research methodology that has been well tried and used. And so as we look at that, we then see ourselves taking care of the challenges we face with big data analytics, where we are saying we must be able to take care of the data coming from heterogeneous sources, various sources worldwide, and many other areas that we are looking at these days because of the availability of information and data from different sources worldwide. Let me just quickly go through the issues that came out of this research. The first and most important thing is that our economic frameworks in Africa must be based on an endogenous growth model, which takes care of the technological advancement. And then this particular endogenous growth model is able also to indicate very clearly production capacity. Production capacity can be measured. The investment of an individual you put on an employee can also be measured, and the output can also be measured when you use this endogenous growth model. So that is the starting point. As we take out this kind of model, we can prove very clearly that you can get a cash return on investment if you invest in higher education, because the increase in student satisfaction and will result in an increase in revenue, and many other things will come out of it. Then the other thing that came out of this research is that we then have also to focus on knowledge generation strategies so that we generate knowledge not only at an institutional level, but working with the communities, like what I did with this particular project. We worked with SMEs, all institutions together. We identified what is practical, what can solve the problems of the communities in Zimbabwe, and we came up and identified specific basic innovations that can be commercialized, like brick making machines, line spreaders, and all those other things. All these things were done. So as we look at such,
1 minute more.
Okay. So as we look at all these things, it takes us into the future that we should prepare for the fourth industrial revolution. And in the fourth industrial revolution, what we learned then is the need for us to build up on big data analytics, to take care of the challenges and advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning that we see from time to time, and prepare ourselves. I did experiments on the performance of machine learning. Some of this data is available for information's sake. So the future for Africa and the future for education is to invest a lot more in e-learning, particularly with the machine learning, so that we harness the potential that we have for the future, and many other good things that we can be able to share in the future, because we can have an impact in the industry through robotics. We can have an impact also taking advantage of the advances in cloud computing. So these are some of the areas that I wanted just to share with you, and the future is very bright as we harness this technology and look at issues to do with the cybersecurity. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The future is very bright in Africa if we take care of technologies, investment and plans. Thank you.
Brilliant, simply brilliant. We'd like to thank Professor Kabanda. For me, before we go on to the next presentation, for me, this keynote is one of the best that I've ever that I've listened to in the past several years. And I'll be Professor Goski Alabi. Can you show your video? Professor Goski Alabi, maybe she stepped out. Professor Kabanda, are you there? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it looks as if you're. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing your screen. It looks as if your background image, your screen, excuse me, your background image is obscuring seeing you.
All right. Okay.
It's not allowing us. Yeah, please just go on to the no virtual background, so that will let us see you properly. Yes.
Okay, that's all right. I'm correcting that right away.
Yes, I want to let you know, sir, that for me, I don't know about others, this is one of the very best keynote addresses I've listened to, and I'm going to be recommending to His Excellency President Obasanjo, who gave us his address yesterday, that he should support ACD with a grant. It may not be something heavy, but to be Olusegun Obasanjo grant for publishing this keynote address by Professor Gabriel Kabanda. So you'll be hearing from me in another 3 hours, and I'll let you know what the quantum of support is. But just to let you know that this is very, very outstanding keynote.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much. We're going to move on to National Open University of Nigeria, and the VC is actually on leave, because I know I signed him off to go on leave. The Deputy Vice Chancellor, Technology, Innovation and Research, Professor Moniolu Olaniyi, is in the room. And I'm going to ask her, we're pressed for time now. So, Madam Olaniyi, you are going to spend, rather than 10 minutes, you're going to spend 9 minutes or 9.55 minutes. You have to do what you call parakpo that is my it's my group, National Open University group. So we don't have to shortchange them too much. Professor Olaniyi, you have 9 minutes, please. Take the floor. Professor Olaniyi, you have 9 minutes. Please take the floor.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, she's not ready. I'm moving on to somebody else. You know that we have set the rules. We have set the rules for this organization, which is that.
I'm talking, sir. My internet went off. I'm talking.
I can know.
So
I can hear you talking. Professor Karen Ferreira Meyers is laughing. She's laughing. She's laughing that this thing. Yeah, thank you, madam.
My internet on my computer is.
Professor Moniolu Olaniyi, you know I won't accept that from you. I won't accept that from you. You know why? No, wait now. Let me tell you.
On my phone, because my internet on my computer is fluctuating. Yes.
ED, Executive Director, ACD, and President ACD. How will you then accept my boast that National Open University of Nigeria is the first, the largest and the best? How will you? When a Deputy Vice Chancellor is not going to complain that this thing, not that they cannot be. Look, where I'm seated here, I have 4 routers. Yes. You cannot tell me that you can see Professor Goski is nodding. You cannot, as Deputy Vice Chancellor, come and disgrace us here. I mean, you got to have other internet avenues. So how can you present a good, hold on, how can you present a good keynote address? We say you are taking us from your phone. Professor Goski, what do we do? Because I have my own way of, what we said, quality assurance. You know, we have to show the world that Africa, we are not just pushover. We have our own standards, good standards.
Prof, our distinguished Prof, maybe we can start discussing the 2 presentations we've had, and then we could, give her a little bit of time to organize herself.
Okay, that's fine. So the president has directed, let's take about 5 minutes, and that 5 minutes is eating into our other times. So let's get into. Interesting. So let's, if there are 1 or 2 observations about the keynote address, because I've only had 1 keynote address. The other was just opening remarks. Let us take the. Let us take the. We'll come back to you, Professor. Yes.
Okay, sir.
Dr. Opateye, yes. Dr. Opateye Johnson. You have your hand up, yes?
Yes. Good morning, sir.
No good morning, anything. Wait, Opateye. You know the rules. When you want to address us, you show your video. Want to see who is speaking with to us.
Okay. My video is on, sir.
Why wasn't it on before? Why was it not on before?
Thanks for the observation, sir. So I want to appreciate our notable Professor Kabanga, on his presentation on how we can enhance the artificial intelligence to improve the quality of our education in Africa. But my area of interest is this area of data analytics. And when we look at most of our institutions in Africa, we have problem of measurement of the worthiness of our data, reliability of our data, and we also have problem in data dissemination among African institutions. So my question, sir, is that how can artificial intelligence help African institutions to really improve on the worthiness, the reliability, and dissemination of our research data, so as for us to be
Thank you very much. That's a good question. Professor Kabanda, you want to respond to that, because that may be the only one we'll take on account of time, and then get back to VC of National Open University of Nigeria. Professor Gabriel Kabanda, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. The good question requires us to look at big data analytics as a way in which we can be able to take advantage of the networks or networking infrastructure. I think the starting point is to ensure that we've got a stable and reliable networking infrastructure. And then also on that kind of network, we should also be able to put in resources and appropriate gadgets that can enable us to get data from heterogeneous sources, different sources, whether social media or from other sources, so that that data can be directed towards the work that you want to use for research work. Now, artificial intelligence now comes in quite handy in the sense that it enables us to get data from sensors or other gadgets where it's difficult to measure the data directly, or other areas where it's difficult to carry out observations. So we can use artificial intelligence to collect that data, direct it into the computer or into the server, and channel it so that then it can be assessed in different ways. And we can then use that also, most importantly, in the modeling that you want to do. Because the key thing with machine learning in particular is its ability to analyze the data automatically for you using in-help, inbuilt facilities and functions. And so there's a lot we can do, but the key thing is to put infrastructure, use these gadgets, connect all kinds of sensors, and shape up a lot of other things for the future.
Thank you very much,
that is very
Professor
important.
Kabanda. Thank you very much,
Professor
Kabanda. Professor Patel Johnson, I'm sure you are not, but are you participating in the training on accreditation by the Virtual Institute for Capacity Building Higher Education? Are you participating in that ongoing training? It's a 6-week training.
No, sir.
Okay, fine. I know Professor Isaac Buswa, Professor Moniolu Olaniyi, and about 50 staff of National Open University are facilitating that program. Did you know, Professor Kabanda, I would like to share that with you, what we do. We use artificial intelligence, to mark a number of the materials that are sent in by the participants. Professor Isaac Buswa, can you unmute? Have you ever wondered how we score the Saturday Forum results? When you people do the Saturday Forum, not the practicals on Saturdays.
Yes.
Professor Kabanda, there are 461 participants. 62 of them are vice chancellors from all over Africa. We have the rest being directors of quality assurance, directors of accreditation from all over Africa. And when they submit assignments, what we do, we use artificial intelligence to mark the scripts. It's often a wonder. Have you not wondered, Professor Isaac Buswa?
I have.
You have what?
The results are turned out very fast.
Very fast. Within 5 minutes, the results are out. We use artificial intelligence.
Yes.
National Open University people, we have to teach you people, because you run away from this thing. That's what Kabanda, who is ahead in this matter, is telling us. We use artificial intelligence. Even if I had 1 million participants in that program, within 5 minutes, we get the results out. And there's not be one person who complained about what she submitted or he submitted and what the artificial intelligence did in terms of reporting the results. So that's the way to go. You're very right, Professor Kabanda. Professor Goski-Alabi, yes?
Yes, please. Our distinguished chair, I wanted to find out, are these assignments descriptive or essay type?
It can be any type.
Okay. So
any type. You see, let me tell you what artificial intelligence does.
Because
you have backing scheme, it looks for the keywords, it looks for, so that's how it does. Anyway, we don't have time for this. So come for training with me.
This is very important.
Don't worry, my friend, Professor Goski-Alabi. Come for training, come for training. We'll teach
I'll
you
come
how.
for training. I'll come for training.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah, we are running this thing. It's going to finish. It's a 6-week intensive training, which is ending. The graduation ceremony is on the 21st. Ending, they are having their final exams. Final exams. When are you having it, Professor Buswat?
Yeah, we are having it on Friday.
On Friday. Final exam.
The very 1st of October, sir.
Yeah, very 1st of October. Anyway, let's go. We will take Vice Chancellor, National Open University of Nigeria, who will be speaking through his Deputy Vice Chancellor, Technology, Innovation and Research. Professor Monolu Olani, are you set, ma'am? Professor Olani, are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right, please carry on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are not set. So maybe I'll get back to Professor Alabi. Maybe we'll
Yes,
go
I'm there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sharing my screen. I'm set.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we cannot see your screen.
Sir. You
yeah,
have
go ahead, ma'am.
Screen. Put on my video. All right, sir. Thank you, sir. This address of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Olufemi Peters, on open and distance learning amidst COVID pandemic, some lessons learned and emerging initiatives. I'm most delighted, I'm speaking for the Vice Chancellor now. I'm most delighted to welcome us all to the conference. I feel particularly elated to welcome the
So, President, what do we do? Professor Goski-Alabi, what do we do?
Yes, our distinguished chair. I believe we could move on with the program, sir.
Thank you very much. And that program reads that we're going to go, we are going to have sessions, 3 of them.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes. Dr. Teresa Mona, yes, please, go ahead.
Yes. There is one more keynote address. I think the program you were given is not the updated. We are going to get the keynote address for Professor Puleng Lenkapula, the Vice Chancellor, UNISA, and she is being represented by David Varilai. So please allow him to.
No problem. Dr. Teresa Mwona. I have 2 programs. There is one that was sent in earlier, and this is what we call the program with the abstracts. So is there a 3rd one?
Yes.
So where is it? Because this one you call the program outline, and it has the abstract. The other one that I sent to President Obasanjo is the one that hasn't got any abstracts. So this is the latest one, I think, and what I have is this. So no problem if you can send me the latest program, I'll be delighted. Or if you can share your screen, let's see what we have. Can you please share your screen?
I don't have it on screen, I have it on hard copy. Apologies for that confusion, but it's only one keynote address now, the one from UNISA, and then now we move to the breakaway sessions. and
Beautiful.
the program will
so
run.
Can I invite the Vice Chancellor, UNISA, very ably represented by one of the speakers, to take the floor for 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and thank you very much. Just to check, can everyone hear me, Chairperson?
I can hear you loud and clear, and I think all of us should be.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you very much. My name is David Farirai, and I'm the Director for Institutional Advancement at the University of South Africa. I am representing the Vice Chancellor, Professor Puleng Linkambula, who unfortunately could not make it, and she has expressed apologies to the President, Prof. Goski Alabi. Chairperson and colleagues would want to acknowledge the presence of Prof. Goski Alabi, the President of ACDE. Would like to acknowledge the executive members of the ACDE, and would also like to acknowledge all the distinguished participants who are with us here today, and all the participants and the ACDE family. The one message that Prof. Linkambula asked me to share with you, Chairperson, is the message that her absence at this session should not be given any meaning. UNISA is a member of ACDE. UNISA will always be a member of ACDE. And that is why actually even the membership of all the UNISA participants and academics, as well as administrative staff who are members of ACDE, that membership is actually paid for from the Office of the Vice Chancellor, and she has committed that UNISA will continue to make that commitment and ensure the growth of ACDE and open distance learning in Africa. That said, Chairperson, Prof. Linkambula just proposed that, she just wants to say a few words that UNISA has had to learn, unlearn, and relearn in its relentless quest to continue the mission of teaching and learning during the COVID pandemic and the resultant lockdown in South Africa, and of course the globe at large. So on 23rd March 2020, the President of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, announced that South Africa would enter a nationwide lockdown for 21 days, with effect from midnight on Thursday, 26th March 2020, and anticipated to end on 16 April 2020. President Ramaphosa continued that the lockdown is part of efforts to curb the rapid spread of the coronavirus in the country, and that this was done with the advice from the National Coronavirus Command Council. This is a decisive measure to save the millions of South Africans from infection and save the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. While this measure will have considerable impact on people's livelihoods, on the life of our society and in our economy, the human cost of delaying this action will be far, far greater, announced the President on March 23, 2020. Following this, Mr. Chairperson, a dark cloud engulfed the whole country, and of course, the higher education sector. We are still, in fact, as we speak today, in lockdown, albeit in various permutations and modalities of the lockdown. I'm also mindful and acknowledge that most countries in Africa and of course the world over were also engulfed by the dark cloud of COVID-19 as different governments imposed different restrictions on the movement of people and business. Regardless of the different various modalities imposed on by our different governments, one theme remained pervasive. And that theme is, it was now business unusual. And before talking about some of the challenges that UNISA encountered, maybe let me make a brief description of what makes up UNISA so that we can understand the magnitude of the problem as this went on. So UNISA has got 9 colleges. I know in some institutions they're called faculties. So there's a College of Agriculture and Environment Science, College of Accounting Science, Economic and Management Science, College of Education, College of Graduate Studies, College of Human Sciences, College of Law, College of Science, Engineering and Technology, and of course, the Graduate School of Business. At the moment, UNISA's enrollment, it stands at about 389,896 students. So it's close to 400,000. And it has a staff population of about 16,549. And all the activities that happen within the university, they happen at about 32 sites, which are spread across in South Africa, in the African region, and a few other places internationally. And maybe it is worth mentioning at this juncture, Chair, that we have also a very flourishing campus in Ethiopia. So as you can therefore imagine, colleagues, the magnitude of the anxieties created by the government's imposition of the lockdown was huge. It touched staff and students who are scattered in the different regions of the university.
Vice Chancellor, you have 3 more minutes, please. 3 more minutes.
The lockdown was probably the best tool that the government had to control this rapid spread of the virus. But at the same time, the higher education sector was probably caught by surprise. And it is probably worth mentioning that the lockdown for UNISA was exceptionally hard because this happened at a time when the university was going through a leadership change as the term of my predecessor, Prof. Manja Makanya, was coming to an end and a new vice chancellor was coming in. So the university had to cope with the leadership transition as well as the complications that accompanied COVID-19 lockdown. Some of the challenges that we witnessed was that there was a lot of challenges related to health, especially mental health, as people were isolated and removed from their place of work. We also had a challenge of most of the students at UNISA. They used to, you remember I said there are 32 sites. Some of the students used to access their learning material from these sites, or some of them from work, but they could not access this anymore. The ability of the university to continue providing learning and teaching was tested, Mr. Chair. And this brings me to the saying by Alvin Toffler, who said, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. We had to put up agile and very active programs to ensure that we can provide students with learning materials.
1 minute more.
So thank you, Chair. We had to ensure that all the staff members and the students had learning devices. We had to ensure that our procurement processes were more agile and faster than we used to do in the past, and ensure that we support students in different areas that they were. Now, the decisiveness and as well as the virtual learning that had to go with it, it's something that we had to adapt very quickly. There were exams that were supposed to be written, and as part of us being agile and learning and unlearning and relearning, we introduced virtual examination monitoring. So it was a virtual system that allowed us to ensure that students write exams from their homes. But
your time is up, sir. But take one more minute. Take one more. Your time is up, sir, by our rules. But take one more minute by the powers conferred on President Gospel Alabi. He has extended that to me to say, take one more minute. But please don't exceed that 1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. So in the spirit of unlearning and relearning, we learned new ways of doing things, and one of those is the issue of virtual examinations. Secondly, the university also had virtual counseling sessions for our staff and students so that we can support them and see whatever assistance that they might need in the different locations that we have. So out of all this, I'm glad to say just last 2-3 weeks, the university almost like emerged from this cloud of COVID lockdown. And we have actually met with the African Union and re-pledged the role that UNISA would like to play in the in the Sustainable Development Goals, and most importantly, in the Agenda 2063, to ensure that there is an upscale of education in Africa. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so very much, sir. Professor David Farirai, representing the Vice Chancellor of University of South Africa, Professor Puleng Lenkabula, who assumed office January 1st, but effectively in April. She started on a very wonderful note. As you said, sir, she came in when you had the COVID-19 and the transition between the old and the new, but she is now firmly on the steering wheel of UNISA. I'm very delighted about this aspect of our discussion, and I wish to propose to Professor Goski Alabi, Dr. Teresa Anwona, and the leadership of ACD. You see, like we heard in President Obasanjo's speech, this COVID-19 gave visibility to open and distance learning. And we people, or you people in it, we also have learned some lessons. So what we did with the quality assurance practitioners in Africa is to organize a special session on the lessons that we have learned during the COVID-19 period with regard to quality assurance. And what did we do? We brought all the quality assurance agencies in Africa and elsewhere in the world to come and tell us, during COVID-19, how did you do accreditation? So we learned a lot. In fact, Egypt told us, the participants, all the participants who are from NANA here, Egypt told us that during COVID-19, they didn't stop. They didn't stop because when accreditation of a program has expired, it needs to have accreditation. So they had to devise what we call virtual accreditation, where you do virtual campus tours. And we got people from the UK, from Philippines and all that to come for this, to come and tell us in the training. So my suggestion, humble suggestion, is that you people should organize a special webinar, a half-a-day webinar, where we are going to call on UNISA. Come and tell us what tweaking did you make to your delivery system during this period? How can Nigeria learn from it? How can you learn from Nigeria? Because we are now going to hear from Nigeria. How can we learn from Nigeria? How can we learn from Tanzania? How can we learn from Sudan and all the others? It will be a very, very, very useful post-6th ACD conference activity, I assure you. Vice Chancellor of University of Nigeria, I can see you are set. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Professor Moniru Olani, I can see you are your normal environment now, so you can deliver this thing quite Yeah, interestingly. So take the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Chairman, sir, ladies and gentlemen. I bring greetings from the Vice Chancellor, National Open University of Nigeria, Professor Olufemi Peters, who is unavoidably absent. Please permit me to share my screen to deliver his speech.
Yes,
thank you, sir. Yes, the topic, the title of the speech is Open and Distance Learning Amidst COVID-19 Pandemic, Some Lessons Learned and Emerging Initiatives. For time constraints, I will highlight briefly some of the lessons learned, but I will delve more on emerging initiatives and will make special reference to some activities that the National Open University of Nigeria engaged in. I am most delighted to welcome us all to the 6th ACDE conference. I feel particularly elated to welcome to this conference Ghana's Minister of Education, the Honorable Dr. Jean Osei Adutum. Thank you, sir. It's my privilege to welcome His Excellency Chief Dr. Olusegun Aremu Okikiola Obasanjo.
Sorry, Professor Laniyi, you know you don't have time. I think all these ones you can skip them. Like you say, I want to focus on the new initiatives and all that. Why don't you do that? All right. This doctorate thing will be
okay. All right, sir. As we are aware that the pandemic radically changed the face of education sector by making teaching and learning even more challenging than it ever was. At the same time, the pandemic also offers us an opportunity to review and share experiences on the progress made towards the fulfillment of the goals of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, CESA, the SDG 4, and the critical role that ACDE needs to play going forward. Let's look at the evolution of open and distance learning. Because many presenters have already talked about that, I'll only just accentuate that since the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic, the role of distance education has become more important than ever before. And what were the impacts on teaching and learning? In addition to several million deaths that were recorded, the COVID-19 pandemic exposed the fault lines of many education systems across the world. And it is pertinent to note that ACDE, established to promote widening access to higher education on the continent, is the lead organization of the African Union on Open and Distance Learning. And the existence of such a body could not have been better at such a time when mainstreaming ODEL has been accelerated due to the shift that the pandemic brought. What were the lessons that we learned? I'll highlight them to be: number one, building capacity of faculty for online environments. During this pandemic lockdown, ACDE got involved in collaboration with Open University of the UK to train skills, to build skills of academics and non-academics on 21st century teaching and learning, designing of content, and also how to bring teaching online. We also learned that we need to focus on design, digitization, and delivery of content, as Kanwa 2020 said, that blended learning, a combination of online learning and face-to-face provision, works best in developing countries. At National Open University of Nigeria, we embarked on the redesign of all our programs for online and blended delivery, and there were flagships, as we have learned yesterday. Assessment: how do we conduct quality assessment online? These were some of the lessons that we learned. National Open University of Nigeria also got involved in taking some virtual examination proctored, and we had good lessons from that. The challenge of ensuring cybersecurity and safety of data cannot be underscored. Let's look at quality assurance, the measures for online learning. The ACDE strategic initiative, the ACDE QUA, was developed as a quality assurance toolkit and a quality assurance policy and framework template. And this was to engender good practice and to promote culture of quality, open and distance e-learning. What are the emerging initiatives? We have looked at the fact that we need to innovate and to start thinking out of the box. At the National Open University of Nigeria, we observed that capacity building was key. And so the building of capacity of faculty through training of facilitators, both within our institution and outside our institution within Nigeria, was paramount. And that was an important initiative. We have strengthened skills and capacities of our academics. We were technical partners, and we are still technical partners to the Nigeria's regulatory body for education, that is the National Universities Commission. We also heard of that yesterday from the Chairman General, and that is on the Virtual Institute for Capacity Building in Higher Education that trains not only academics and staff of higher education in Nigeria alone, but also across Africa. The second initiative will be the contribution of telcos. And this is very important and paramount because we have wide reports of IT infrastructure weakness, lack of access to digital devices, poor internet coverage, high cost of data across the continent. Therefore, countries and institutions need to invest in ICT. Another is to note that the increase of learning virtually has contributed to an increase in cybersecurity threats, examination malpractices, and we need to develop policies on online and blended learning that will move forward these initiatives. Another is strengthening power supply through exploring smart energy mix provisions. There are several options, including solar, that we need to address to actually harness and help us to push forward the gains of this period. The relevance of educational provisions for the future work is also important. We need to foster closer partnerships with industries. We need to develop institutional employability strategy framework. And we need to focus on blending curricula with skill-based courses. For instance, like we have some external and national bodies are collaborating with bodies like Coursera. Emerging initiatives 5, we enact competency
2 minutes more, ma'am. 2 minutes more.
Development
2 minutes
for
open
and distance learning practices. Noted,
so
sir.
you. Okay, noted. Okay, you have to do.
The open and distance cannot be said to be an industry. If it's an industry, then it is in order for us to set standards. We need to set standards for this industry. Workforce will face crisis, which will not be an issue of recruitment or retention, but rather an issue of industry that has not developed a fundamental aspect of its infrastructure. It is my belief that the next step in the evolution must be the development of a credentialing process that will focus on attention and efforts of standardized competency development processes. In conclusion, the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the landscape of educational delivery forever. It is paramount that the ACD utilizes its unique position as the leading organization in open and distance learning on the continent to do more to build capacity on the continent for online and blended teaching and learning. Finally, we must recommit ourselves to finding solutions to the sustainability of ACD and its initiatives. We must increase advocacy to our stakeholders, forge productive partnerships with the continent and across continents to achieve shared prosperity for all. Together, we can take advantage of the window of opportunity that the impact of the pandemic has unintentionally opened to change the state of higher education provisions in Africa through open, distance, and e-learning, and achieve the ultimate goal of making Africa the continent of the future. I thank you for your attention, and Greetings again from the Vice Chancellor, National Open University of Nigeria, Professor Olufemi Peters.
Brilliant, very brilliant. Thank you so very much, Vice Chancellor of the National Open University of Nigeria, Professor Olufemi Peters, represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Technology, Innovation and Research, Professor Monioluwa Olaniyi. Now, we have listened to the keynote speeches for us to go into different sessions, but maybe if Professor Goski Alabi and Dr. Theresa Rona do not mind, we may wish to take maybe 1 or 2 questions. Is that okay before we go into the groups?
Yes, Prof.
Thank you very much. So if there are 1 or 2 questions or observations, this will be the time so to do. So if you want to take the floor, grateful, put up your electronic hands, and we'll only be able to take a couple of people. Yes. Yeah, it's quite interesting that, okay, we have Professor Yo Ohedeba Saki. Yes, sir, please take the floor, mute and then take the floor. Or mute again, I'm sorry, you were muted.
All right, thank you for the opportunity.
Introduce yourself, let us know where you're from, sir.
Yes, I am Professor Yao Ohedeba Saki. I'm from the University of Ghana, the founding dean of the School of Continuing and Distance Education.
Wonderful.
Yes, my observation, which will also turn into a question, is very simple. We've been talking about all of these, and we know the way forward. But I haven't heard much about the way we assess our students beyond examinations. Our focus is still on examinations. So why don't we look at different ways of assessment, which will be project-based, which will be collaborative work, which will be teamwork, which will be which will call for non-Googleable answers, okay, to problems. Because if we keep around and still focusing on examinations, final examinations, we are going nowhere, because we are back into the old paradigm of chew, pour, pass or fail, and forget, and no creativity. Because all of these things will help us do the 7 C's, which is creativity, collaboration, critical thinking, innovation, and caring.
Thank you very much, sir. Back to you, founding dean. Now, what do you do in your institution? I'll tell you what we do in National Open University of Nigeria. It's not only test. We give them projects, project-based, the assessment. Before you must do a project. You must still pass your your assignment, you pass your end of course exam, but you must do a project, and you must work. You talk about collaboration. We also indirectly assess collaboration through some projects that students do together. Also, teamwork is also part of collaboration. So we do that, even though we have not mentioned it. But in some of the presentations in the groups, such were mentioned. So can you tell us what you do in Ghana, in your institution, as a case study of good practice? Do you just do exam?
I don't. I don't. But the institutional culture has not changed much. The institution, especially for undergraduate studies, we look at 70% final exams and 30% IAs. COVID has brought in about 60 and 40. But in my graduate teaching, I don't do exams. I let them do projects, do e-portfolios, do teamwork, and do presentations so that they will learn from what they do and the competence they build instead of.
Excellent. Okay, thank you, sir. But I'm wondering why you say your own exam. You can't. You don't have the university. University Senate has its rules, so you can't say in your own. If the University Senate says you got to do a project, you got to take exam, continual assessment, as called in Nigeria, and all of that, you can't. I can't say no. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do.
No. What I was saying is that I do mine within. In graduate school, it doesn't say do exams. I do assessment. And the assessments I do are different ways of measuring learning outcomes.
Very good, very good. We're going to hear from what Lawe. Yeah, before you come on, ma'am. There's a hand that is up, Raymond Almeida. You want to take the floor? We'll be back to you, Madam President. Yes.
Yes. Thank
and
you
I'm
very
stopping
much.
the entire discussion in about 5 minutes. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Raymond Almeida from Lawe Open University.
Oh.
In the presentation of the man from UNISA, David Ferrari, he made mention of the fact that during the COVID-19, they moved into virtual examination. So I want to find out how they ensure that student doesn't cheat during this virtual examination. We at Lawe, what we have done during this time is to ensure that our camera that we install that monitor student remotely has been upgraded to ensure that we effectively monitor the students to ensure that they don't cheat during this exam. So I want to find out how UNISA also do this effectively to ensure that students.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. I know that the suggestion I made for us to have a special session on that will be helpful, where we have enough time to share such good practices. Because for now, I have just 3 more minutes to round up this Q&A. Professor Goski-Alabi, yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. I do agree with your submission that what the Senate says, but in addition to that, it is what the regulatory bodies prescribe.
Exactly.
So when the regulatory bodies have said this is the way to do it, and it has to be a certain percentage of examination, then that is what the institutions have to comply with.
Correct.
We would like to use this platform, this conference, to call on regulatory bodies as well as university senates to appreciate the new normal and the new forms of assessments, to include at the undergraduate level the oral examinations, the e-portfolios, the coursework or project work, and also the collaborative assessments. And this should be in line with learning outcomes. So, Prof, I do agree with you that the ACDE would like to collaborate with the Virtual Institute for Accreditation in Nigeria to embark on an intensive training program of capacity building and advocacy across the continent. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, our president of ACD. Your time is very good for us because you are bringing in wonderful initiatives. By the way, the Virtual Institute for Capacity Building and Education is not only for Nigeria. The quality assurance agencies of several countries are participating in it. Even GTech is participating. The quality, Professor Salifu has two or so of his staff there. And he also is indirectly there. The National Council for Higher Education in Malawi, the executive secretary, there are several executive secretaries that are there. And we're all reaching agreements on how we will structure either open and distance learning or the conventional. So we will be glad to partner with ACDE in doing that. But I'm happy to let you know that in Nigeria, the matter of oral exams for our undergraduates is part of the whole thing. Yeah. The matter of project work is part of the whole thing. So indeed, there is some discussions around upgrading the curriculum and the same thing for that will include the open and distance learning. So we're looking at all of these things together. Wish we extend that Africa-wide. Yes, VC of UNISA, represented by David Ferrari, you have the floor to respond, and then we'll go on to break into our different groups. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And maybe just to mention that, UNISA is actually regarded as a comprehensive university by the university typology in South Africa. And being a comprehensive university means you have your traditional academic programs, yes, and you also have sort of like technical type kind of programs where you need portfolios for people to succeed. You also need even what we call what do you call, placements in some of the programs for people to succeed. So that is all the examination and assessment regime that goes in there. And if I can speak specifically about the technology, that how do we ensure that we do not cheat, there's no cheating and all that. You know, during this pandemic, we actually invested in two systems which both work concurrently to ensure the integrity and non-cheating of the student. One of the system allows us to have the online system of examination. The other part of the system is actually almost like a detective kind of system that indicates and tells us about where we need to pay attention in terms of activities that might not be clear. I think your proposal, again, in line with also what Prof. Goski is proposing, I think it would give us more time if we can have a session, whether it's conducted through Nigeria or through UNISA, we can work and have a very focused discussion of some of the innovations in the theme of Prof. Linkambula's theme of, unlearning and relearning. These are the things that we have learned during the COVID, and they're quite innovative, and that's the new future, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor David Farirai. We're thinking that program should come under ACDE, under Professor Goski Alabi. You should convene that meeting for us to. Let me let you know before, as we round up this session, that all we can do is to minimize malpractice, minimize cheating. For it to be zero, you cannot get it, not in this world, because the students are always ahead, and the people who want to cheat will always be ahead. But it's important, for us to see how we how we reduce to the barest minimum the cheating. So we want to hear what others are doing elsewhere. Thank you, sir, Professor David Farirai. When you set up exams, there was a module I was delivering, and when I set the exam without using the more sophisticated tools, you now ask them to do interesting, to do a 50-item multiple choice exam in, say, 50 minutes. Professor Goski Alabi, I'd like you to just listen to this. What some do, very senior people, level of vice chancellor, what they do is, you start, you have the band of, say, we started by saying, okay, you can take the exams, you have vice chancellor, you can take the exam anytime from 8 a.m. on a day to maybe 3 p.m. So easy. Some will, when they, interesting, when the questions are presented in a 25 number band, so you have 2 pages. So you take this one, and what they do is take a snapshot of it, keep it. You know, take a snapshot of it, and they send it to their friends. Senior people. You see, if you brought presidents of the world together, they will still cheat. So all we are doing is, so what did we do? We went a step further. We said, okay, fine, now, you're only going to do the exam within an hour. All right, within an hour, no problem, 30 items. So somebody will do his or hers very quickly, within maybe like 20 minutes, and then send the thing to another one who will do it in another 20 minutes. Oh, is that it? So we moved on again to say, right, within that 1 hour, we are not going to, I unchecked all the, show me the correct answers. I unchecked that one in the Moodle test platform. And so you are not going to know the correct answer. And so that what am I saying? I'm saying this because we have to be conscious of the next move of our learners, and then make efforts to, but that's the best we can do, because we cannot make the whole thing zero. So thank you all very much. As it is, we have groups, after which.
Okay, excuse me, Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We would want to take a group photo where we will ask everybody to put on their cameras so that our technical team will take a photo and they will advise us when we can now break to our groups. Thank you. And over
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So technical team, you have the floor. Because yesterday I tried to do that, but many people didn't have their videos on, and I didn't pan to the other pages. Because here I've set my own to be 25 pages on the screen. But so let's go on. I'll do mine at this end. I will compare notes.
Everybody put on your cameras.
Smile, please. Smile, please. Just smile for just 1 minute. Yes. All right. Let me see. Please just give me a minute because I'm going to be doing that on multiple pages. Very good. Very good. I can see big broad smiles. Thank you. Thank you all very much. I'm going to merge what I have later. 1 minute, please. I will let you know when I am done at my end. Oh, it's a long one. Sorry, 1 minute. Don't be too tired of don't be too tired of the smile. Yes. I'm on page 3 of 6. So technical team, if you are done, you are done. So I'm just doing mine at my end. Technical team, you can announce when you are done because I've only done page 3. I'm in page 4. Yeah, this is better, much better than that of yesterday. Yeah, technical team, technical team, are you there? Okay, because I am done here. So we're in your hands. The executive director, what do you want us to do? Because the technical team is not responding.
Okay, we will make use of our chairman's pictures in the event our technical team was not able to take. So I think the next level is now to break into the groups. I'm informed that session 1 under Dr. Beatrice Toto, who will be looking at academic misconduct and the teaching and learning methodologies in Odell. She's not available. We have requested Professor Nyakatwa, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Open University Zimbabwe. Secretariat, you can advise me if he has been able to join. So the second session will be Open and Distance Learning, Quality Assurance, Infrastructure and Resources. Professor Olivia Kwabong is going to chair that session. Then we have the third session, Students and Stakeholders Perception of Open and Distance Learning, under Professor Albert Poon. I believe everybody in the link that you were sent, it has the sessions. So you will click the session where you belong and you move there. I also want
no, ma. What will happen is this. I'm so delighted that the secretariat has been able to do this, but I asked that that's what we should have done yesterday. Zoom is such a beautiful thing. It allows you to break out into rooms. So the organizers have put us have marked out 3 breakout rooms, session 1, session 2, session 3, they call it. So if you look at the bottom of your screen, you find the yellow button of share screen, you have record, then you have breakout rooms. So just click on that and then scroll to the bottom, You are going to have session 1, 2, and 3. I can see that Fortunate Cylinder has joined session 1. Karen Ferreira has joined session 1. So what you just do is just go to the bottom and start joining the sessions. And that will just
thank you, sir.
Nice. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Very good. We are moving. Yeah. So towards the bottom, you see session 1, session 2, session 3, and then you can go to your sessions. And please note that you are going to get back. When are we getting back, ma'am? The executive director, by our program, I think it is let's see. Okay, we'll be advising them in the rooms. Breakout rooms is it's confusing. To 1 o'clock. Okay, you have 1.5 hours, yes. Yeah. Yeah, we still have some people in the room. You have to go to different rooms, please. Just go to the bottom, click on breakout rooms, go to the bottom, and then choose your session. Just keep scrolling. And even, yeah, you need to go to the bottom. You see the session 1, 2, 3, and then you move to the sessions. There are 80 people that have not joined any session. Please do that. We have 90 minutes for the parallel sessions. Yeah, just scroll and go to your name. When you get to your name, you see assign to, and then, oh, no. This for me to assign, but I can assign you. It has to be by your choice. Hey, please, Professor Wainaina, please don't share your screen. Yeah, all you need to do is just go to the breakout rooms. Is the button after share screen, after record, you have breakout rooms. So if you click on it, you will see where your name is, and then you join whichever session that you want. You have 3 sessions. No. Professor Johnson or Pataya, you don't know how to join the breakout room.
Okay. You can do it.
Professor Johnson or Pataya, you don't know how to join the breakout room.
Yeah.
So if you tell me what room you want, I can then assign you from here. So
hello, Prof.
Yes, sir. Professor Edward Owusu, yes.
Please, which group is discussing issues on quality assurance?
There's quality assurance in all the groups, I think.
Now, there is one that I joined yesterday.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen now, so maybe you want to look at it. Quality assurance, all of them. Look at them now. One is academic misconduct and teaching and learning methodologies, open and distance learning. Oh yeah, quality assurance. That's number 2.
Group
number
2.
2.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. No problem.
I'm supposed to join a group.
Yeah.
Yes, VC, which group do you want to join?
So we are told that there is need of joining.
Let's go to the second one now. I don't even know the answer.
Hello, Professor.
Yes, sir.
Can you help me join second session by Professor Olivia?
Okay, sir, I'll do that. Professor Agan.
Yeah.
Patrick Agan. Let me just look for your name, sir, and I will do that. Yes, Professor Patrick Agan, you want to join session 2?
Yes.
Okay, sir. I've done so. So you are going to move. The system will move you automatically to the room now. Is there another person needing help? There are still 47 people in the room that should be in the sessions. I'll be happy to help anybody who.
Hello, Prof, sir.
Yes, sir. Dr. Johnson Oko.
Yes, I would like to be in group 2.
No problem, sir. I will do that now.
Thank you, my distinguished professor.
God bless you, sir. Just a minute, Dr. Johnson Oko.
At your service.
Yes. So I've assigned you to group 2, and it will move you there now.
Oh, wonderful and seamless.
Yes, seamlessly, yes. I'm assigning. Why is it not taking you there? Yeah, I'm assigning you to that group, but it's not. Okay, let's see. Just wondering why is that.
Hello, Chairman.
Yes, sir. Vice Chancellor, yes, sir.
Yeah, I would like to join group number 1.
Yes, sir. So, group 1, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the rights for, let me see what they have, what rights I have now, because I tried to move you there, but yeah, okay, it's moved you, yes.
Oh, am I there now? I can't see.
Yeah, I tried to move you there, but
okay, try group 1 if group 2 doesn't work.
Okay, any number can win. That's what any number.
No, I'm actually interested in both groups, but I can't.
Yes. Yeah, that's fine. I've actually assigned you.
Okay, I'm writing. I can see I'm writing group 1 now.
Ah, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Prof, our distinguished chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please. It appears my attention had been drawn to the fact that the session 1 was not to have been chaired by Dr. Beatrice Torto. It was supposed to have been Prof. Jagade.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So that was an omission there.
Okay,
so
session what? Session what?
I think it's session, there was a place where we mentioned Dr. Beatrice Torto. She's not the one supposed to be there. So she also called to indicate that. And we also noted that Professor Jagede was supposed to have been on the program chairing a session, but he's not there. So,
okay.
Yes, sir.
So, ma'am, what do we want to do now?
So I don't know if Prof. Jagede is with us.
He is. I can see him here. I can see him now. I can see his name now.
Yes, sir. So that was an omission, and we would correct that on the program as soon as practicable.
Okay, fine. So you want him, Your Excellency, Professor Jagede, you want him to go to what now? Want him to do what now? To go to session 1?
I think it's session 1.
Okay. So I just indicated that he will go to session 1, and he's been moved to session 1 now.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. So the others that are here, we shouldn't have you in this room, in this plenary. You should be in the breakout rooms. There are 34 people. You need to move, except you just want to relax here, and why not? So I'm going to broadcast a message to all the groups to say, Yeah, okay. I've sent word to all the groups that they have 80 more minutes. So
now, so that you will take all the necessary precautions, safety precautions, right? Then you will be trained on how to assist people in case of emergency or accident. It can be sudden illness, it can be any other thing, right? The moment you are training in that line, then you should be able to assist. Then another one, you can, apart from taking precaution, you want to
And this is central to all these three
just to
So we're now coming back to the plenary, and would like to welcome us all back and to appreciate the developers of the Zoom platform for making it so easy for us to go into breakout rooms and reconvene so seamlessly. This session, which we hope will last for about 10 minutes, is to take reports, very brief reports from the 3 sessions. We're going to start with session number 1, and we have Dr. Beatrice A. Toto. I think she chaired this session. There was a session that Professor Olugbemiru Jagede was to chair, but I believe he will chair. You see, you have a session here that he will chair. So I will want to think that the session which the next plenary will be chaired by Professor Olugbemiru Jagede, a distinguished, a giant in the area of distance education, not only in Africa, but in the world. So that will be this session, which will run from 12:05 to 1:35 p.m. So let us take session 1. You have 2 minutes, 3 minutes to summarize what happened.
Okay, so Prof. Chair, if I may come in, I believe that the session was not chaired by Dr. Toto. It was chaired by someone who was nominated, and I'm sure the chair is with us now, so he could take the floor.
That is Professor Nyakatwa from Open University of Zimbabwe.
Yes, sir. Professor Nyakatwa of Open University of Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. We had 2 presenters in this session, and this session looked at academic misconduct and teaching and learning methodologies in ODL. And our first presenter was Ms. Emmanuel Kideja from Tanzania. And he highlighted that ODL is one of the most practical means of increasing educational access. And he therefore went on to share to us that using ODL in his paper, which was entitled Supervising Distance Students Practice and Experience at the Open University of Tanzania, he showed us that there was an increasing in PhD enrollment from 2001 to 2018, and also in PhD completion rates due to strategies for training PhD students using ODL. And
thank you, sir. You have 1 more minute, sir. 1 more minute.
Yes. All right. And then the second speaker was Miss Philinda from UNISA, and she presented on using WhatsApp as a collaborative learning tool. And she, in summary, she showed that pass rates from increased from 2018 to 2020 from about 50% to 70% from using WhatsApp. Thank you, sir.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. I was in that room, and I enjoyed the 2 presentations that were made. We're moving on now to session number 2, the chair of session number 2. You have 2 minutes, ma'am, to summarize what happened in that session.
Thank you, Chair. I was not the original chair, so the session started a little later than usual. We had 4 presentations. 2 of the presentations were on using ODL for teaching and learning in correctional facilities. One from Kenya, looking at using ODL methodology for rehabilitation of prison inmates, and some of the issues that arise from there And one issue that was highlighted is the issue of affordability of these offerings. Then the second paper was from South Africa, looking at the experiences of incarcerated students in one medium correctional center. And they used a qualitative approach. And I think one of the things highlighted there that is interesting is the fact that this is arising from an MOU between the correctional services in South Africa and the university. And this research is part of a larger research that will be carried out in other facilities. Then the second paper, this next paper was on quality assurance in addressing issues of misconduct and malpractice, such as plagiarism, such as sex for grades. And the paper made certain recommendations, punitive measures, issues of confidentiality to encourage victims to come forward. And the last but not the least paper was from Lawe Open University. And this was about ensuring integrity in online exams, and basically shared the experiences and the different types of interventions that were put in place in order to protect the integrity of the exams. Thank you very much, Chair, sir.
Wonderful. I was in your meeting and I did commend you specifically for the very efficient way you conducted the business of that session. Congratulations, Professor Christine Ofulue. Session number 3, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Professor Albert Puni.
Yes. So we in group 3, Michael Ose from University of Professional Studies presented challenges that students encounter during the COVID period. He actually reiterated that during the COVID, students were transferred without prior preparation to the learning platform. So it created a lot of challenges. And then the paper actually recommended that a university should be prepared beforehand, and then they should ensure that the learning platforms are very interactive and then content are very developed, so that in future, if such things happen, universities are already prepared. The second paper was given by Professor Olayine from the Open University of Nigeria. He was talking about how the COVID pandemic, they have to shift from mobile laboratories to regional physical laboratories. And then the paper actually told us how they went about the whole thing. And then it is a mobile, a regional laboratory is a lab that anybody in the distant education sector can go there and then do whatever experiment that they need to do. And they actually cut down costs. They realized that using the mobile labs were expensive, and then adopting the regional ones were very good for the pandemic. And I think that they want to deepen that strategy. Now we had another one from
1 minute, please, sir. 1 minute.
Professor Rotimi from Nigeria also. He was the previous executive secretary of one of the organizations, and he made a mention about how they use ODL to teach students in rural areas. And then the last one, which came from Professor Insaba, the link wasn't very good. So we weren't able to hear very well. And I advised her that next time when we are organizing things like that, we should have our internet very ready to give a very good presentation, sir.
Thank you so very much, sir, Professor Albert Puni, for your leadership of session number 3. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have had very exciting presentations, and I would like to congratulate the chair or president of ACD, the executive director, and all members of the executive board for putting together this very wonderful papers that have served to enrich our understanding of the issues that are contemporary and also those that connect with the theme of this conference. We have about 4 minutes. I'm going to stop exactly at 12 noon GMT. As you know me, we don't, and it's good practice. When you have a program and somebody has been told you are only going to speak for 10 minutes, and the person will have agreed, and then he comes to the conference and say, well, if I had more time, no, you already signed on for 10 minutes. So we have 3 more minutes, and if there's any burning matter, we have all heard from the different sessions. You know, if you had a scheme where we are on site, it's possible for you to look at the presentation session 1, session 2, session 3, and then say, okay, I'm going to pick this item for this session. I'm going to sit there and then go to another session and go to another session. But you see, it's good practice in the virtual environment like this, where you cannot just be jumping from one breakout session to the other, that towards the end, we have a plenary where we can hear some summaries of what has happened in the different locations. So here we are. Any comments on the different presentations? I see none. So in closing this session, which is a plenary for the 3 concurrent sessions, I'd like to thank all the chairpersons of the sessions and all of those that are putting their papers for presentation. I wish to recommend to ACDE that any person, any presenter that has his or her paper listed and has not presented, you have no business considering that presentation as part of your conference proceedings or to further process it for publication. I mean, it's not good practice. Your paper is accepted and you're unable to be there, and you have not sent somebody else to present to you. It means all you are gunning for is promotion by saying my paper was accepted for presentation at ACD's 6th Triennial Conference and is there in the conference proceedings. I'd like to recommend, you may throw off my recommendation, but I think that's good practice. Somebody who has not been here, you have no business now telling us, Professor Albert Puni has left everything. Professor Rotimi Gideon has left everything, and all of us, and that person is just sitting pretty somewhere. I think that's a recommendation I'd like to make. The last point is that, you see, we have a central theme for this conference. It is also good practice. Let's take that central theme to be the mean. I'm moving into put on my statistics cap now. To be the mean. Of course, everybody in the room cannot focus on that central theme. Like Professor Gabriel Kabana did so eloquently, so nicely, focus on that theme. Now, some others, you have what we call standard deviation. Some will deviate from it to the left or to the right. And then, but when you have a huge dispersal, that becomes unacceptable. So you now come to a conference, you're talking about ODL and CESA and SDGs and Agenda 2063, and somebody is talking something different. Of course, the person can say something different, but it would be good in the closing paragraphs for all the papers that will come in for publication. In the closing paragraphs, tell us, for heaven's sake, how plagiarism can connect with not making us to achieve the SDGs or to achieve CESA or to achieve that. But you just say, because you want to do research, say empirical, sample, this, methodology, this, you conduct, you do chi-square, you did all of that. So what? Yes, it's important, but let us see how it connects with the theme of this conference. Professor Goski Alabi, I'm wondering if you are listening, man, because I can't see you. Yeah, for it to, Dr. Our executive director,
Yeah,
are you there, man?
I'm hearing everything.
Yeah, so it's better. There could be standard deviation. There will be deviation, but don't let that deviation to be so wide. So the variance will be there, but not too wide. So on that note, I would like to thank you all again and again, and to say that our next session will be chaired by no other then Professor Olugbemi Jegede, former Vice Chancellor of National Open University of Nigeria, and the former Secretary General of AAU, not ACD. Okay, fine. So he's going to chair the session, which is going to begin in about 3 minutes. And we're going to have this plenary, which is themed infrastructure, ODL, resources, collaborations, and adoption technologies for open and distance learning panel. I will best see you on the other side of this.
Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please. I've been informed by the technical team that with your permission, they would like to call the voting for the best papers now. Not to announce it, but to bring it up for voting electronically.
Wonderful, wonderful. So it's a polling thing that the Zoom people have is wonderful. You don't need to be raising your hand. No, when I saw one group, you raise your hand. You raise your hand for this. No, that's not on. The polling mechanism is right here. Polling is quite easy. You just set it up, and actually you can see it. I can see it here. Maybe as a co-host, I can see it. So I thank the organizers for putting up. So you have this voting of best paper for session 1. Please, let's go. Just keep going. The poll is going to close. We have 123 people in the room, and just about 6% have voted. 10 is moving. So let's do that quickly, and we'll publish the results as soon as it's done. Yeah, you can scroll up and down to see the papers for session 1. Yeah, good. A quarter of the people have voted. That's 25%. Yes, a question? No, I thought somebody was asking a question.
No, I just wanted to make a comment, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That as we are voting the sessions where we were and the papers that were presented.
Very, very important. Very important.
Yeah.
If you are not in session 1 and you are voting for session 1, no, please vote for the session that you are in. So meaning that
and the papers that were presented.
That papers that were presented. Thank you. Papers
Yeah.
that were presented. Yes. Polling for session 1 will stop in 60 seconds. From what I can see at the back end, we have enough people. Those that were in session 1, we're about 43 or so, and 42 people have voted.
And maybe I know some are wondering, what are we voting for? You listened to the background of the studies, the methodologies that were used, the findings, the recommendations and the conclusions that were brought forward. That is what should inform you to be able to make a judgment. And we want an objective judgment, not because it's from your university or your friend. Just read that person whose paper was good. Thank you, and over to you, Chair.
Oh, you are wonderful. You know, I told you, you are going to make ACD. You know, Professor Ogidon, he spent, I think, 10 years or so, or 8 years, he put up the props, very nice. And you are coming in with the freshness of vision, and you are pushing on. We're very happy with you and very proud of you. So assess based on the criteria that she just narrated. 10 seconds more, I will close this. Actually, the number of people that were in that group have voted. So I'm ending the poll right now. I'm going to share the results with you. So that'll be the result. If you can see the results, we have, it's actually graphed. So you can see the graph. Apparently, it's using WhatsApp as a collaborative learning tool to improve. That's 12 of 43. 12 of 43. That is the one with the highest vote. And that's followed by 2 of them. 8 of 43 that are supervising distance students practice and students e-learning technological readiness. So that's it. I'm going to stop sharing now. So our best for session 1 is using WhatsApp to do this. So I'm stopping sharing, and then can we have for session? Can we have for number 2? Session 2. Let me see. Oh yeah. I have for session 2. Let me launch session 2. Session 2 is there. You can start voting for those who attended session 2.
Sorry, Chair, there's one paper missing.
Unfortunately, I don't have
Africa.
I can't do that here because the person who set up this, the main host, listed this. I cannot. I can only as co-host. The authority that I have is not to add anything here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
They haven't.
Yeah, we're moving. 16 of 16 members have voted. Only those that have attended are using the criteria that our executive director enumerated. Yeah, 21. Good. So, couple more.
Yeah, can you go back to session 1?
No, I cannot. It's closed. Sorry, please. That's how it works.
I think during the version, the
Hello?
paper what was selected is not what was getting in the chat.
It's not chat now. This is we are voting now. This is very straightforward. There's no hanky-panky here. Everybody is doing the vote, and then I will end the vote. There are 30 people who have voted, 30 people who attended session 2. So in another 1 minute, we'll close because our boss, Professor Lugbo Jagede, is waiting to start the other session. We have eaten about 5 minutes into that plenary. Yes, 33 people. That would be almost like the number that attended that session because I was there, although I'm not voting. Okay, poll is closing. The poll has closed. I'm sharing the results now. By these results, we have 8 out of the 33 people say that the contribution of open and distance learning methodology on custodial rehabilitation of prison inmates in Kenya is the number 1 for session number 2. 8 persons. This is followed by 7 persons taking on incarcerated students' experience of UNISA's open and distance e-learning at one medium correctional center. So our best for session number 2 is the contribution of open and distance learning methodology in custodial. I'm going to stop sharing now. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I will go on to number 3. Number 3, stand by, please. Number 3, I'm going to launch. I've launched, and you have, the papers are on one page, so it's easy for you to see. Voting has started. 5 people, 6 people. Good on. Good. Yeah, this is nice. 21 persons, 23. Mary Goretti Akinyi, it's not that we made it, I saw your note, it's not that we made it number one. You did a number one paper, you did a good paper. So it's not, there's no sentiments in this one. Okay, take 60 more seconds. Yeah, we actually have the number of people who were in that room here. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The host, can you set up the next layer where we'll have the best? You know, we're going to have three now, the best of the three.
Correct.
Yeah, if you can, if I have hosting rights, I can do that one in 50 seconds max. But I think this host can do the host, because I'm just co-host. I don't have the authority there. So I'm ending the poll. We have enough. We have the number of people that attended that are publishing the results. By these results, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the paper perceived quality of open and distance learning resources and effective learner support services among ODL universities in Ghana has the highest vote, 16 out of 33, actually 48%, as you can see. The next one is strengthening the teaching of practical science in open and distance
That's the
learning.
one I voted. Hey. Although it's number 2.
Hey, my friend, no, not yet. Case study of National Open University of Nigeria. I'm happy as you are happy, because I'm also a member of that community. So that's number 2. So that's it. The others have done well too, but our first 2 are this. The number 2 and number 3, let me see number 3. Number 3, 3% here. Let's see, this is 6. Number 3 is 9%. 9%. Let's see, is it 10%? No, that's a 3%, 9%, yes. Choice 3, quality dimensions of attributes of student support services for students and with disabilities within an open e-learning institution. So that's what we have. If you want to enjoy yourself with your CV, you can then say that your paper is number 3, although we are not recognizing it. You can say it's number 3 for your session. So that's it. Very proud of everybody. I can see Professor Onwubere. I don't know which university are you based, ma'am? Are you in? Okay, wherever. So that's it. We will get the host. Host, please. I'd like you to give me a voting a poll for that 3 from each of the sessions, and I'm going to throw it out again. That may be later. So let me now invite my friend and brother, a distinguished ODL expert, a distinguished science educator, distinguished university administrator, Professor Olugbemiro Jegede, former Secretary General of AAU, former Vice Chancellor, National Open University of Nigeria, to take us through. Somebody's already phoning the house that my people came to. Okay, with this, just joking. Now, so
one quick announcement.
Quick announcement,
yes, please.
President.
Yes, if you could take it and give to our members that we would have to vote for the nomination of the next institution, ACDE institution, to host a 7th conference. And already the Nigerian Open University has been nominated by some members. So
there is no voting, my friends. I mean, if I'm chairing this session, there's no, we automatically override. That's by way of a joke. So we're going to do it democratically. And if you have, so do we have, is the host giving us a poll?
Chair, I think, Chair,
yes, ma'am.
It can be open so that if there is another nomination that can come in before that time comes, we will really appreciate, because that is the only nomination we have gotten, so that nobody feels left out.
Oh, that is important. That's important. Yeah. But as a director, we are going to intimidate everybody. We are going to tell them, don't come near us. National Open University of Nigeria, the largest, and you look, you won't believe it. In another 4 years, 4 or 5 years, there's no university in the whole of the world that will come near National Open University of Nigeria. Yes, I'm just enjoying myself here.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Professor Bisanda.
Bisanda, yes. I don't know whether we are now departing from the tradition,
yes, sir,
of hosting this conference in turns according to region. Okay. The first conference was hosted by UNISA, South Africa.
Yes, sir.
The second one was Nigeria, West Africa.
Yes, sir.
The third one was OUT, East Africa.
Yes, sir.
And the third one was, I think, was Zimbabwe.
Yes, sir.
South Africa again. And then the previous one before this one was Sudan, which I was at that time representing North Africa.
Sure.
I would have expected this conference this time around to go back to either East Africa, or if there is Central Africa, but we don't have a region of Central Africa in the ACDE, because it is West Africa which is hosting this current one. So it can't be the next one also to be hosted by West Africa. I think we need to keep within the traditional limits that we have set ourselves.
Absolutely.
This conference.
Absolutely, sir. Professor Bisanda, you are the owners of the trade, and the president of ACD is here, and the executive director. So I leave it to you people. What I was just told is that there will be some nominations and all of that. Yeah. But I agree with you. There's some tradition. I think it will be good.
I think with that guidance, sir, I think with that guidance, then now we need to get nominations from the East Africa and the South Africa, as he has given, so that we have nominations.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll leave it to you people, but you have less than about an hour to think about this and give us your offer.
Yes.
And normally, Mr. Chairman, normally,
yes,
normally, the ACDE board is the one that brings the recommendation to the ACDE.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
This matter has not been deliberated in the ACDE board, so that's why we are looking around.
Okay.
I don't know whether the scheduled board meeting of the ACDE, which would have actually presented this matter to the ACDE.
Yes.
Brilliant. So, yes, President ACD.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. Professor Bisanda, at our last meeting, I recall that the issue of the nominations came up, and also our executive secretary did send requests for nominations. So we have been waiting for the nominations, and the only one we had gotten at this time was what we announced. We are, however, open, because this time the meeting is not taking place physically to allow the executive board to meet. And so we are using this innovative measure to see how we can resolve the same and achieve the results that we're looking for. So as has been said, probably Dr. Ngoma can send the executive board members list quickly to the technical team, so that the technical team will set up the voting only for the executive board members for us to have the nominations before the end of the proceedings so that it can be announced. Thank you very much.
I think also, Madam President, since this is the business for members alone, we may want to remain behind all the members of ACD once we finish, and then we deliberate.
Okay.
I believe that ideally, we needed to announce this at the end of the conference. And that is why I'm thinking that going into that group to allow us deliberate on the issue would help us to come up with a solution which could be announced by the end of proceedings.
Let me offer my suggestion. It's easy. While that plenary is going on, if Professor Olugbe Jegede will not mind, the technical team can set up a room for you people that will allow you deliberate, and then you come back towards the end to announce. So we don't have to breach the tradition that Professor Bisander is talking about, and we'll follow that due process in the ACDE tradition. So don't let's waste time on this. This technical team should set up a room for you people, and then you can get back to us. It's now my pleasure. Yes, Professor President Gospel Alabi, you wanted to say something? Should we move on now? Yeah, my pleasure, my pleasure. We now move on to that session which has a handful of researchers across everywhere. There are 3 presentations that will be given here, and actually 4. I'm going to ask Professor Olugbe Jegede to please take the floor. Now, by the way, we have eaten 20 minutes into your time, whereas this session is to finish at 1:35. That's 2:35 my time. That's actually about an hour. Well, that's not too bad. Maybe you take an hour, 10 minutes. An hour, 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Back to you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the good job you've been doing. I want to thank the executive of the ACD for organizing this conference for the first time. I remember 10, 12 years ago, I was president of ACD, and somebody asked a question, how come you people are talking about distance education and you always travel distances to do your meetings?
Mm-hmm.
So this is the first time we are now mediating distance. We are taking the distance out of our profession and as well as out of our conference. And we are now meeting virtually. So I'm so pleased that this has happened. And we thank our dear friend and sister, Goski Alabi, for organizing this. We have an interesting session right now. It's a smorgasbord of everything that we do in open and distance learning. It deals with infrastructure, with the open and e-learning, with the resources, and it deals with collaborations. It deals with adopting techniques and other things for distance, open and distance learning. And we have 4 very powerful papers. Because of the time we have, I'm told we have 1 hour, 10 minutes. We will give 15 minutes each to the presenters, and then we have the remaining 10 minutes for questions and answers. Without further ado, may I call on Christine Ofulue with her 8 other members to present their paper to us, and which is talking about priority areas in open and distance learning research that they
Thank you so much, sir. Felix Olakulen is presenting on behalf of the...
Okay, so
yes.
You have 9 members, so it could be anybody.
Yes.
It could also, in fact, be 9 of you if you want to go on and say a sentence each. So I will then call on Felix Olakulen to initiate the presentation for the group. Like I said, you have just 15 minutes, and I will stop. I will advise you when it is 5 minutes to go, and then 1 minute to go. Your time begins now.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Good afternoon, everyone. The title of our presentation is Priority Areas in Open Distance and E-Learning Research in the Global South, Preliminary Findings from a Survey of ODL Practitioners in Nigeria. This is a TED-Fund supported research project, which has a team of 9 members spread across 4 institutions, and the team is led by Professor Christine Ofulwe of the Open University. This paper reports preliminary findings from a survey to identify practitioners for participation in a larger research project titled Setting a Research Agenda for ODL in the Global South, using Nigeria as a case study. The paper takes up from the premise that much of open and distance learning in sub-Saharan Africa remains within the realm of distance learning, with relatively low adoption of digital technologies to support teaching and learning. Fewer still measure up to what obtains in the global north. For instance, the delayed response of African countries to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on their education systems in comparison with their counterparts in the global north demonstrates this very point. Research will play an important role in improving ODL theory and practice in the light of the current realities, and this forms the background to our study. Our research uses the conceptual framework of Jegede 1994 and Zawaki Richard 2009, and the frameworks were developed and successfully applied to investigate the research trends in some countries in the global north, such as Australia and New Zealand. One of the objectives of our main study, which is the focus of this paper, is that we seek to identify priority areas and make recommendations about the areas for emphasis in ODL research. And the survey research design has been used to operationalize this objective. And one of the research questions for the wider study from which we drew this preliminary survey is that what are the priority areas for research in ODL? And the key item in the survey is to ask respondents to state in their opinion the 10 most important issues for research for the development of ODL in Nigeria and list them in order of importance. And each person is required to identify 5 minimum priorities. In terms of methodology, we adopted the survey research design frame for this study. Our data collection method used a 15-item online questionnaire to obtain the biodata of the respondents, as well as their opinion about ODL research priorities. The population of the study consists of about academics and senior non-teaching practitioners. We sent out over 700 emails to these practitioners across about 60 institutions in Nigeria. We received 383 responses. These responses were analyzed using the frequency counts and the percentages. Here we have the respondents' biodata, which goes through their distribution according to gender, their qualifications, the years of experience in ODL, as well as which institutional mode of operation they originate from. In our data, these were the categories that we identified from the responses that are and the opinions that our respondents, shared with us. The results of our data is presented here, showing the percentages assigned to each of the categories of data. The top 5 categories that feature most prominently within each priority are content delivery, technology, curriculum development, learner support, and infrastructure. And we also discovered that across the priorities, the same 5 categories featured most prominently. And our results also shows us that there are emerging categories which are previously unclassified, which are infrastructure and digital literacy skills that are responsible. The final result here is that emerging issues include insecurity, brain drain, employability, and economic situation. In summary, the key findings of our investigation are that there is a mixed categorization of research priorities, which validates some of the conclusions of the earlier research by Jegede and Zawaki. Another key finding is that it shows that some emerging categories of previously unclassified research priorities, which we believe are common to the African context, some of the issues we had mentioned, infrastructure and digital literacy skills. And we found some emerging contextual social issues, which are specific to Nigeria and we believe are specific to other African societies, were identified by the respondents. These, as we have said, are employability issues, brain drain, poor economic situation, and security concerns. In conclusion, the emerging categories and the issues observed in the data in this paper will contribute to the development of a research agenda for ODA, which is currently lacking in Nigeria. These findings have implications for ODA research and practice across the African countries, since they share similar contextual and cultural characteristics. The data presented in this study will be further subjected to qualitative analysis using the Delphi technique with selected ODL experts. Thank you for this. These are the members of the research team, and they are also in attendance in this presentation.
Thank you very much. This is fantastic. You were allotted 15 minutes. I think you did 9 minutes. We must clap for you for this very scientific presentation. Because you still have another 7 minutes to go, I'm going to open it up to members of your group. Does anybody want to say anything that you may have missed out? Or do they want to add anything to embellish what has been said? If that is the case, you can just go ahead and do that right now. Well, that
just a comment, sir.
Okay, go ahead. The principal investigator.
Not to add to what he has said, because we looked at this together as a group, and I just want to commend the presenter. I think he has hit all the salient points, and just to underscore the fact that it is just an aspect. Actually, it's just the beginning of the research project to identify practitioners, ODL practitioners who will now participate in the larger study. And then this was one of the questions in that survey that we found quite interesting and relevant to the theme of this conference. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other? Otherwise, I'd like to thank you for your presentation. But one thing I must mention here is what I have seen that not many research groups do. And that is that you have 2 research mentees in your group. So it's not just the very senior experienced researchers or those who are in between, but you also have identified 2 other younger researchers, one from NOUN, the National Open University of Nigeria, and one from University of Ibadan as a research mentee. I'm so pleased with that, and I think we need to give you some commendation for that. I do hope that what you have done will be extended to the continental platform and make it in such a way that in the African group, you can have such an interest in this. So thank you very much for that.
I think Dr. Opate is raising his hand. He's a member of the group, Dr. Opate.
Yes, Dr. Opate.
Yes, thank you, sir, for giving me this permission, and to thank our center representative. I just want to add that this particular results that we are presenting actually has some implications for the quality education that the theme of this conference is really focusing on, in which we all know that when we are talking about quality, quality cannot actually come to place without having basic research facts and focuses on distance learning and also in e-learning. So our research study that we are just presented, part of the findings which will come on later, is that all the institutions in Africa, especially those of us in ODL practice, must ensure that we look at some of the thematic research areas that are actually pertinent for us to improve on the quality of our educational deliveries in all our various institutions. So when this is actually done, the desired quality we are looking for will actually come to limelight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johnson, for that interjection. I wanted to leave this to the Q&A session, but I think I should mention it for people to process upon that 27 years ago, as the researchers mentioned, something similar was done by my humble self on behalf of the International Council for Distance Education. And it's so interesting that the similar results are being found 27 years. The question I want to throw to the major group is that, have we actually moved research-wise in open and distance learning? Let me now move to the second presenter. Munkaila Abdullahi, are you available? If you are, could you please present to us the stakeholders' preparedness and challenges for the adoption of open and distance learning across the continent? So, Munkaila, the talk is yours, and you begin right now, and you have 15 minutes to go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Veronica Giagu, and I'm presenting the paper on behalf of my colleagues, Munkaila Abdullahi and Peter Koji. The title of the presentation is a survey report on stakeholders' preparedness and challenges of the adoption of open and distance education in Africa, the perspective of students, faculty, and administrators. This paper was put together with the support of the CISA subcluster on open and distance learning and was first shared at a roundtable on the subject earlier in the year. So the outline of the presentation, the presentation will cover the purpose of the study, the methodology, results and analysis, conclusions, and then policy recommendations. So the study was undertaken to examine students, faculty, and administrators' experiences of open and distance and e-learning in West Africa with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, and then to use the experience of these stakeholders to inform the development of a continental strategy for open distance and flexible learning in West Africa. The intent was to cover all the regions on the continent, but we started with West Africa. So with regards to methodology, we used the mixed method approach so that we could collect both qualitative and quantitative data. And the instruments were self-developed and then shared with experts to validate it. Our target population were students, faculty, and administrators of higher educational institutions in West Africa. The study instruments were administered mainly online. We had 388 respondents, and we subjected the responses to descriptive and thematic analysis. So now to the results. With regards to the demographics, we had majority of the respondents were students, making up 65.9% of respondents, while the administrators formed the least number of respondents. Responses came from 8 different countries, and we had different percentages in terms of male and female participation. Due to the limited time, I will go to the main findings. So the survey covered prior experiences of students with regards to e-learning, and 73% indicated that they were aware of e-learning prior to the onset of the pandemic. 75% had some prior experiences with e-learning. 77% were willing to recommend e-learning to their peers. 80% indicated that they had received some training on e-learning, and 75% of students contacted were willing to continue using the e-learning mode for learning. The key challenges identified by students included erratic internet connectivity, high data costs, unreliable power supply, unfriendly virtual learning platforms, unavailability of digital libraries to serve as to provide e-resources, the non-responsiveness of some faculty or instructors to their needs, and then adaptability difficulties. So for the resilience strategies adopted by students to cope with these challenges, majority indicated that they had to recharge data on a regular basis. And then we had some who had to change location to stay connected. Some had to borrow devices from their friends. 17% indicated that they had to change devices often in order to stay connected. And 3% indicated that they had to use cyber cafes in order to participate in e-learning. Then with regards to faculty, 83% indicated prior experience with e-learning, while 17% said they had no experience at all. They were also asked about their perspective of face-to-face versus e-learning experience. Majority indicated that it was more convenient way of teaching because it enabled both faculty and students to have access to a wide range of resources. It also reduces the burden on faculty as it is more learner-centered as compared with the face-to-face approach. And it, on the other hand, they complained about the excessive workload the online teaching brings, and the issue of unreliable internet connectivity and data costs also came up as challenges. With regards to training, 95% of faculty who responded said they had received some training, and 97% indicated that it was the trainings were useful. The trainings covered facilitation of e-learning, course administration, quality assurance, and instructional design. So they indicated some additional training needs, which cover examination and assessment, instructional design, quality assurance of e-learning, course administration, use of virtual boards for quantitative related courses, and then the design of applications. With regards to the challenges, some have already been mentioned. Unstable internet is an issue, high data costs. For those faculty who teach quantitative or statistical subjects, they reported that the online platform was not very convenient for teaching such courses. And they also mentioned the low level of interactivity or interactiveness between students and faculty, inadequate embedded quality assurance to ensure integrity of students' learning, and then the development of examination question items and assessments. These were some of the challenges identified by faculty. asked on their likelihood to continue using e-learning platforms, the majority, 98%, indicated that they were willing to continue using the e-learning and would recommend it to their peers. Just 2% had a different opinion. Then we move on to the perspective of administrators. So they were asked about their awareness, knowledge, and willingness to use e-learning. Majority indicated that they were aware and had some knowledge about e-learning. They had self-developed school management systems, which is what most of the higher educational institutions who responded were using. Moodle is the most commonly used learning management system. And all the respondents were willing to recommend the deployment of e-learning in higher education. They also indicated that they will support a mandatory requirement to set up e-learning centers in all higher educational institutions in Africa. So with regards to their role, administrators usually serve as coordinators for faculty and students at academic activities and interactions. They provide support for audio infrastructure. They oversee.
Veronica, you've got 1 minute to go.
Okay, so then I'll just move to the conclusions and policy recommendations. So the conclusion is that e-learning is now an integral part of education and will continue to play a major role in the achievement of SDG 4 as well as transnational education. Measures must be taken by relevant institutions such as AAU, the AU, to mitigate the challenges faced by lecturers and students with regards to using online platforms for teaching and learning. The ACD quality assurance toolkits must be shared with all higher educational institutions in Africa, and the development or sharing of e-library resources must be explored to reduce costs associated with using the online platforms. And we have the Lowell Open University and the University of Alexandria who have models that can be adopted. So policy recommendations for students, we recommend higher educational institutions set up effective learner support services, design and implementation of user-friendly learner management systems, integration of features into the learner management systems to allow for offline usage, design and implementation of policies to provide direction on faculty-learner relations, partnering with telecommunication companies to provide zero-rated data for students, and the integration of libraries, digital libraries into learning management systems for ease of access to academic resources. For faculty and administrators, we recommend that higher educational institutions should focus on providing continuous training to faculty on development of examination and assessments. And they should also develop administrative and learning management systems that integrate school management systems with learning management systems into an omnibus system to cater for the needs of administrators, students, and faculty.
Last sentence I'll give you.
Okay, and then we the design of quality assurance modules for training and professional development. We have recommendations for government as well.
You have taken 2 sentences. I gave you only 1.
So
thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Well, let me quickly, before I move on to the third presentation, just 1 or 2 points I'd like you to note. In the title of your presentation, you talked about perspective. I saw perspective, and yet you spoke about perspectives. There are more than one perspective, so you need to adjust that. The second is that you were talking about in the development of your instrumentation, you said self-developed. You have to be very clear about what you mean by self-developed. Self-developed, who is self? The researcher or the people you researched on? So you need to be very clear with that in your when you write that. Then you also use, and that's the thing, the problem we have in Africa or West Africa, you use faculty. And you assume that everybody understands what I mean by faculty. In Africa, when we talk about the Americans use faculty, in Africa, we say staff or lecturer. So you have to be very clear as to who you are speaking with or talking to. Similarly, with the use of program, MME or program, single M, you end in single M. The Americans will use single M and finish about it. But most of us in the English speaking or the 56 or 54 Commonwealth countries, we use program MME. So I think we need to be aware of this. Thank you very much, and I'm sure people will come back to you when it will be question time. I now need to call on the third person. I believe it's Beatrice again, Beatrice Toto. You'll be talking about COVID-19 University of Education, Winneba Distance Education Program Experience. Are you ready for us? You have 15 minutes and you've got to really, really move fast on this because we don't have the time. We actually have less than 20 minutes to go because we have that and we have somebody else. So you just have that. Can you move on? Hello? Well, if Beatrice is not there, then we'll move on.
I'm here.
Oh, are you there?
Yes.
All right. Can you go on?
Yes, let me share my screen.
Your time goes on now. Please start. And please don't read the title for us. We already know the title. Just go straight to the point.
Okay.
Yeah. Your time is running.
Please, just a minute.
We'll take a minute off, or you want us to add a minute to you?
Add a minute to it.
We can't. Just move on.
Okay. I'm screen sharing.
We have seen it. Just go ahead. Go ahead. It doesn't matter. We just want to listen to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Beatrice Toto from the College of Distance and E-Learning, University of Education, Winneba. I'm here to share our experiences as distance education providers in the midst of COVID-19. The screen is not moving.
Just go ahead and talk. We are all listening. Beatrice, don't worry about the screen. We are listening to you. Go ahead. I know you have 21 slides, but just move on.
All right. Shall we begin? COVID-19 created confusion.
Already begun.
Yes. COVID-19 created confusion worldwide and left educational institutions searching for effective ways of ending the 2019-2020 academic year successfully. And the University of Education, Winneba, was no exception. In this presentation, we shall look at distance education at UEW before COVID-19 and how COVID-19 disrupted our distance education activities. We shall also see how UEW and its distance education wing ended the academic year successfully. We shall then focus our attention on the challenges that arose with the new technology used as an intervention and explore how the challenges were addressed. The critical success factors for this and the new ways of adjusting to accommodate COVID-19 are other areas of interest. And finally, we shall focus our attention on the way forward for the College for Distance and E-Learning. Now let's look at how distance education was like at UEW before COVID-19. The distance education program was mainly print-based with face-to-face tutorials and limited online teaching and learning. Candidates had to present themselves in person for examinations and quizzes at study centers throughout the country. Monitoring of teaching and assessment by management and its appointed agents was also done at the study centers. Students answered quiz questions on scannable sheets, which were marked with an optical mark reader, and conference marking was then organized for the marking of the main examination scripts. Besides, UEW had started to gradually integrate ICT into its distance learning program. So how did COVID-19 disrupt the DE program at UEW? COVID-19 disrupted almost all the activities mentioned above earlier. Despite the limitations the pandemic brought, we managed to bring the academic year to a logical conclusion. Now the question is, how did we end the academic year successfully? First, as a university, and secondly, as the DE wing of the university. As a university, the servers of the university were upgraded to make room for all students and lecturers to access Moodle, that is the official learning management system of the university. Additionally, both students and lecturers were trained to use Moodle. Again, academic activities were ported to Moodle. Students and lecturers were also encouraged to use other platforms such as Telegram and Google Classroom. Management then formed a monitoring and evaluation committee to ensure the successful completion of the second semester of the 2019-2020 academic year, while Vodafone and MTN on their part provided cost-free access to the LMS for students and staff. Now let's turn our attention to how the DE unit also ended the semester. The College for Distance Education and E-Learning, which at the time was called Institute for Distance and E-Learning, with its experience in DE, was tasked with the implementation of the e-learning program. It then directed its ICT department to collaborate with the University ICT Directorate to upload all learning materials onto the learning management system. The ICT department also produced instructional guides and videos for tutors and students to guide them on the use of the learning management system. That's not all. The ICT department also created an online help desk with Telegram app to address technological challenges for both tutors and students. To see how our students will fare while answering quick questions on Moodle for the first time, we had trial quizzes for them. This was to help them familiarize themselves with the new learning environment and also enable us to correct inherent challenges. Students were subsequently assessed with online quizzes and take-home examinations. While the online quizzes were marked and graded instantly on the LMS, the take-home examination scripts were marked electronically.
Hello, Beatrice, you have 5 minutes to go.
Okay, now let's look at some of the challenges that came with the new technology. Majority of our students were not technologically savvy. Some students could not log on to the LMS because of wrong passwords, and even after the password had been reset, they could still not log on. Some students also had difficulties in locating courses while others enrolled on wrong ones. Students also complained about high cost of data. And in all these, poor connectivity, low signals, or no network coverage dominated students' challenges. What did we do to address these challenges? As mentioned earlier, the IT department created an online help desk to resolve technological challenges, and instructional guides and videos were also distributed to students. Apart from that, students were encouraged to relocate to areas with good internet signals. The critical success factors for this are good internet facility, ICT training, good hardware, willingness of students to explore more with ICT, as well as the ability and willingness of the university to invest in ICT infrastructure. What is the new normal for us now? We've made some adjustments to accommodate the pandemic. For example, we reduced our class sizes and contact hours while increasing tutorial sessions. We've also increased reliance on ICT for teaching and learning, and we continue to train stakeholders in ICT. COVID-19 protocols are also strictly adhered to at the college. Now the way forward for us. We intend to ensure that e-learning becomes an integral part of the DE program. We also intend to mount all our courses online and reduce face-to-face tutorial sessions to make way for at least 1 hour contact time online. We also plan to have training programs online and design learning materials as well. Again, we aim to improve our ICT infrastructure, perfect our system for internationalization, and take advantage of future government endeavors to improve ICT infrastructure and access to the internet. We also wish to partner with willing telcos to provide cost-free access to students. We conclude on the note that the aggressive integration of ICT into teaching and learning has been propelled by the COVID-19 pandemic. It is therefore imperative for all educational institutions to put in place the needed infrastructure to build the capacities of faculty and actively engage students in teaching and learning. The government can facilitate the foregoing by providing a stable internet nationwide that can be accessed anytime, anywhere. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. I was actually going to ask you to say your last sentence, and then you finished before that. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Just two issues okay. I want to raise before we get to question time for people to process them. One is, you've told us about COVID-19 and what is that done to distance learning, but what the point is this, for many people, whether in health and government or whatever, COVID-19 was a setback. But for people in education, for us in distance learning, COVID-19 helped us so much. We did not have any problem with it. It helped to bring, it helped to foster what we're doing, what we've been telling everybody for the past 40 years that they should be doing. Yes. So for us, there's nothing in distance education that is new normal. We don't have a new normal in distance learning. We have a normal. We've always told people that they should teach using the technology. So now we can go back and tell people, didn't we tell you? Didn't we tell you? So everybody is now rushing to do e-learning. But what most people are doing, and the overall chairman will tell you, what most people are doing is not e-learning, it's remote teaching. And I hope that somehow we are going to organize something to teach people. Now, the last paper is by Tim Coughlin and his group. And you have, again, just 10 minutes to tell us something about that, because I know we have eaten into the time. So Tim from OU UK and the others, can you please talk to us and please speak to your paper for the next 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Hello, Tim. Is anybody there? Tim Coughlin, Teresa Mwoma,
yeah, Tim was online earlier.
Sorry?
Tim was online earlier on.
Yeah, he was, but now
sorry, yes, sorry, hello. I just had to move
Tim,
things.
you're there, okay, you went for coffee or something.
Can you see my screen?
Yes,
you
we
can. See my slides, great, absolutely. Sorry about that. So yes, I can keep this fairly brief. I know we're short of time, but it's been so valuable to work with ACD on this work, and particularly with Dr. Teresa Mwoma. And obviously, previously to that, Professor Ogadan, who helped to set up the connections, and we've done some previous work. So I will just briefly present the project that we've been running over the last few months. And the idea of this project, which was funded by the British Council, was to look at the decision-making that's occurring in institutions as they move to more online teaching. So what we did was to record the decisions being made by staff in different roles. So from senior management to teaching, technical staff and student support staff in 4 institutions, some of them familiar to you, and I know some colleagues are here from those, as they increased the online teaching they were doing, largely in response to the pandemic. So we analyzed these narratives using thematic analysis and also used an activity theory approach, which allows us to look at the individual and the decisions they're making in relation to the tools they use, the community around them, and other kind of contextual factors. And we've produced professional development resources based on this and a research report. And I've put the link on the slides, and I'll also put it in the chat now, because what I'd really encourage today is that people have a look at those resources and hopefully find them very useful for their staff. So our research questions were around the challenges that universities staff were facing as they aim to deliver online and blended learning, the decisions they made around how they supported students online, how these decisions happen in the institutions, the impacts that those had on students, and the good practices that we might identify and make further use of. So as I said, there's a detailed report of our research findings that you can find on the website, bit.ly/4dig/DEC, also in the chat there. I won't talk in detail about the findings because it's very rich, there's a lot there. I'll mention a few things. Of course, some of the challenges are familiar to us and been discussed a lot already at the conference. So, you know, overcoming the barriers that students have to accessing online learning because of data, electricity, or availability of devices, and things like teaching practical subjects. So a lot of the decisions being made at all levels, whether that's senior management or staff teaching, were overcoming those. And where that was successful, a lot of it was because there was planning and resource that could be moved around, and training for staff that was put in place. So really kind of putting emphasis on training staff up for this move to online teaching. The digital literacy of students is also theme, and actually, although obviously we need to teach practical skills, a lot of the important things appear to be the confidence and the motivation. So getting students to feel like this is something I can do, I can use technology to learn, and I should be doing this. I think continuous assessment was another area. So we've talked a little bit earlier in the conference about changing to assessment that is happening throughout the course, mainly because it engages the students and you know whether they're on track and whether they're involved. So those were some of the findings, and I'd point people to our report for more detail on that. But what I'd really like to share is our professional development resource that we've created. So the idea here was to make something that's very accessible and straightforward. It's a fairly short document. It can also be viewed on the website. And it just covers 6 key topics that we identified in the data, and then we followed up with workshops with people to say, well, how would we present a resource that will be useful to people? They have examples and quotes that come from the data we collected, and it's freely available and openly available online. So this is the resource. It's called Making Digital Decisions. And you can see there are 6 topics, so upskilling staff and students, changing pedagogies, overcoming barriers, working together, effective strategies for teaching, and achieving quality. So I'll just quickly flick through a few of those. So upskilling staff and students, as I say, this key theme of planning the right training so that your staff and your students are able to teach and learn online. And we've got some examples there about, you know, the kind of workshops and events and things that people are involved in. We've also got some key decisions that we think people should consider as they're moving into this space. So this may be particularly useful for teachers that don't do a lot of online learning now, but want to move into that. So, you know, planning for staff to be ready to teach with the technology from the beginning of their course. You know, how do you fit that into your schedules, things like that. Overcoming barriers was really interesting, how we saw different creative approaches to overcoming the limitations.
1 minute.
Sure, okay.
Okay.
1 minute, that's fine. So everything from, you know, how we used video, or if we used synchronous chat because we know about the bandwidth limitations, to providing downloads, and alternative media and things like this. And effective strategies for teaching. I think we recognize that teaching online is different and we shouldn't just be copying across delivering lecturers and delivering exams in the same ways. So a lot of sort of prompts and guidance about that. So I will finish there. As I say, really, my ask is that you have a look at the resources that we've produced, share them around. Hopefully they're useful to you and useful to colleagues. And it's been great having this collaboration with ACD, and I hope that continues in the future. And so thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think we have just about 5 minutes to go. And the 5 minutes, sorry. Yeah, we have 5 minutes to go, and I will give room for 3 questions. 3 questions. Will you want to raise up your hand for questions? Yes, the Chairman General wants to ask a question.
Oh yes, thank you very much, our chair. Maybe some observation. I'm impressed with all the presentations, and by way of observation, I found that our chair every 2.5 minutes, yes, he will drink something. So is that a timer? Because you can have something like a hourglass thing where you, because I always I see, and I was timing you. Every 2.5 minutes, you will drink something. And that glass is never empty. So that's quite interesting, but that's good timer though. The presentation for a national open university is spot on. And I like your observation. So things haven't changed, meaning that we are not doing some things, either we're doing some things right to maintain what you did, or your findings several years ago, several decades ago, or we are still not doing some things to get to ensure improvement. Dr. Felix Olakuleyi, might I pronounce your first name? I mean, I'm entitled to how I pronounce it. It's Felix. I think the correct pronunciation is not Felix. That's Yoruba pronunciation.
Yes, it's Felix. Yes.
It's Felix, yeah. So Felix Olakuleyi, you did very well. I'm quite impressed with. I'm sure that Professor Christy Ofulwe will be quite delighted about what it is. But what I found missing, and what I saw in the second presentation, is the policy options, the recommendations that are related in some form or another to the general theme of this conference. I didn't see that, but I saw, and there's no way you cannot connect the findings with the issues that we're discussing at the global level. Global level would mean at the global level of this 6th ACD conference. But the second presenters did very well. The last 4 slides honed in on what are the policy implications, what are the recommendations for the different organs or institutions or agencies and all that. That will have been very helpful. But you are on very good track. It's preliminary, as you said, preliminary findings of a bigger study. But whether preliminary or not, anytime you are taking this study to a particular context, see how it fits in within that context. And the second presenter,
thank you very much,
now, Chair, I'm so sorry. I'm looking for my own glass to drink water, but it's only you that has that glass that you are drinking water with, or whatever you are drinking. So I heard that the challenge, yes. Are you sending the water or the drink or something? Because you are.
I just want to show you the glass again.
Hey, my friend, it's not the ordinary glass. You can't be drinking empty glass. You can't be drinking air. Anyway, that's between you and I. So I heard, and it gave me a lot of concern that statistics that the second group said the students find delivering statistics online to be a challenge. Yes, because we are delivering statistics in the most unappealing way to our students, distance learning providers. So look, I have minimum of 200 videos on advanced statistics. And I have some which you call statistics made easy. When she said that, I just looked at this and I said, look, I'll just, sorry, Chair, I'll just show something rather quick. You have this statistic is the highest end of advanced statistics, more or less. It is called analysis of moment structures, AMOS for short. This video was up 2013, 8 years ago. Where you can see the comment. Let me even show you just one or two. This was very helpful, easy to grasp and engaging. Thank you. There was one that this was 8 years ago. It's almost the only video about path analysis online, and it's from Africa. Good job. If you look on the right here, you will see statistics made easy. You can see I have all these things. It just takes us to be committed to preparing videos or delivering e-learning in a manner that is learner-friendly. Thank you very much, Chair. And send me the water or whatever thing you are drinking.
Thank you so much. I'll raise the glass again for you. Now we have Juliet. We have Juliet Inegbedion to ask a question or make a comment.
Thank you very much, sir.
And I'll raise the glass when it's time for you. All right.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I want to ask Tim for his presentation. Because of time, I can't go into others. It was more elaborate on the findings and the way forward. But I'm more interested on the type of data they collected and how that data was collected. Because several times you discover that when you are working with the result of findings and the data collected is not right, it always affects the implementation of those findings. I don't know if he has time to really talk about that.
Thank you. They will respond, each group will respond for 1 minute. So any other question? Otherwise, I will call on the first group. Felix, you want to respond? Half a minute to respond?
I'll allow Professor Fule to respond, please.
Okay, Professor Christian Ofulwe, half a minute to respond.
Thank you, Chair.
The glass.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Actually, I was going to ask about a comment on one of the presentations, but I'll first respond quickly to add. I think the observation you made was a very pertinent one. But as I reflect on the literature review and what has happened, I think we must also realize that the global north, Australia and the other places have been practicing ODL for much longer than we have. And I think that if we try to even conduct this research, maybe like 10 years ago or 20 years ago, we probably wouldn't find, we will find it really more difficult to do because the critical pool of practitioners are not as much as we have now. So I think where they have been maybe 20 years ago is where we are just getting to now. So that may account for that, why it looks as if much progress has not been made. A second point, I think, has to do with the fact that even amongst the categories that have been made priority by the responses, there are some that are emerging and which we feel reflect the current context. And those are like infrastructure, which we categorized as when the responses about power and all the challenges that come with online learning. And then as well as technology and digital skills. Digital skills was an issue that really came up. So I think that in a nutshell is the response to that. But if I may quickly.
Okay, I've been asked to announce that the executive members who went out for some meeting could join us now. Now, let me ask Beatrice, do you have a word to say on your presentation or the questions? Beatrice? Otherwise, I will go to Veronica. If Veronica hasn't got anything to say, then the last person will be Tim. Your last word, Tim?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to respond. Tim, allow me to respond because
Absolutely.
I was one of the co-PI, and first, I'm sorry, I was not there when they started presenting. We had gone out for a meeting. And I want to say here, one of our co-PI for Ghana, that was Dr. Pony. He passed on immediately after we had done
Teresa, you jumped in when somebody else was speaking. I think the protocol is allow somebody else to speak. When he finishes, then you do it. You just jumped in. Yeah. Anyway, could you just finish up and then we get Beatrice to say something. Finish up.
Okay, thank you, sir. And sorry. I want to respond to Juliet's question. He was asking what kind of data did we collect? The data was qualitative, and how did we collect? We were conducting interviews where we were recording the conversations. We had questions that we were asking based on the different themes, and then we were recording, and then we analyzed the data thematically. I hope I have responded.
Thank you. Was it a one-on-one interview or a focus group interview or whatever? What was it? Okay, now let's move on. Tim.
Yes. Oh, yes, I can answer that. So they were all done individually. So there were 84 staff in total across 4 institutions. What worked really well working with ACD was we had a investigator in each institution. So they reached out to the staff in their institution to get the interviews with them. And that was a really powerful approach. So we could look at what was happening in each place with someone on the ground in each institution.
Thank you very much. Let me conclude first by thanking the Chairman General for allowing us extra minutes. But I also want to say that I found the presentations here fantastic. And each of these presentations is, could have actually stood for some award. And I'm surprised that all these were not part of the pool of those to be awarded, to be assessed for the best paper. Each of these will have actually won the best paper of this conference. So again, on behalf of everybody else and all that, we want to thank you all for this wonderful session, which I thoroughly enjoyed. Thank you. And back to our Chairman General.
Thank you so very much. I'd like to let you know that this is, if we're going to give an award to the best chaired session, it is this one. You know, this is my friend and brother.
I raise my glass again.
You raise your glass again. He's such a wonderful person. You can see the way, that's how it should go. When he chairs, you're just seeing him cheap like this. So when you see him at global meetings, international conferences, where the man takes the floor, they'll say, oh yes, Africa is blessed. Africa is blessed with a tall standing. He's very tall, he's just sitting down. If he stands up, he's about 10 times my height. Standing very tall intellectually, and you are a pride to Africa. So we'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank all of those who are presented. And if you look at our program, we're doing quite well, by the way. If you look at our program, we have just finished the session, and we have like a few, 12:05 to 1:35, which is not too bad. So we are going to take the presentation of the rapporteurs, report, meaning that there are several rapporteurs, or there's one rapporteur general who will give a report of the meeting. And the person has 30 minutes. We don't have 30 minutes to give to that person. 30 minutes for report, that would be too heavy going. Is the rapporteur, or are the rapporteurs, are they ready? President of ACDE, are they ready? Ma'am, Professor Goski Alabi.
Our rapporteurs, we believe you are ready.
I like that. I like that. Professor Goski Alabi, I like that. I believe you are ready. Yeah, so who is the lead of the group? Yeah, who is the lead of the group?
Hello?
Dr. Veronica Woma, you have to help us here. Who is the lead? Who did you appoint as the lead of the rapportorial group?
Munkaila is the lead, and I can see him.
Oh,
Hello,
yeah,
Prof.
wonderful. Yes. What's your first name, sir? What's your first name?
My first name is Munkaila.
What's your last name? It's better in this kind of meetings. Abdullah. Okay, fine. I'm going to change it from here. Please, next time, you don't just put Munkaila there. I'm going to change that of my brother and friend, Professor Olujegede, too. You have to put your first name and your last name. That is the international good practice. So, Munkaila Abdullahi, you have the floor, sir.
All right, Prof. Even though we are still collating the reports to provide a comprehensive document for everybody,
That's understandable. That's understandable.
Yeah, I will just attempt to summarize what we have now.
Good.
And then we can later share the entire document for proper scrutiny.
Yes.
So the theme of the conference, Open and Distance Learning, the Continental Education Strategy for Africa and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 4 engagement. We stakeholders agreed that the theme was very relevant and timely in the current dispensation due to the massive shift in online learning environment as a result of the pandemic. Partners and presenters noted that there's an increased demand and appetite for open and distance learning education as a result of the pandemic, and it will be appropriate to have the necessary quality assurance mechanism to strengthen the quality of teaching and learning in this environment. The conference had 3 thematic areas of which papers were sought for presentation. The first theme was academic misconduct, teaching and learning methodologies in ODL. And in this session, we had about 5 papers that were presented. That is for both day 1 and day 2. And the second theme that focused on open and distance learning, quality assurance, infrastructure, and resources. We had 7 papers presented. And the third session that looked at students and stakeholder perception of open and distance learning, we had about 6 papers presented. Some of the papers were very, very interesting. Papers like Languaging for Epistemological Access Towards Inclusive Student Support in ODL, Determinants of Timely Fees Payment for ODL Students, the contextual case of
I'm sorry, very sorry to interrupt you, sir. Dr. Munkaila Abdullahi, you are doing very, very well. You know what we want to hear at this stage? What we want to hear at this stage will be, that's the theme, our observations, and our recommendations. That's what we want to hear at this stage. The papers that are interesting, papers that are not interesting are very good for the fuller report. But at this stage, sir, what we want to hear is we set off to discuss how open and distance learning and e-learning can contribute towards the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa and the Africa we want. That is the heart of this particular discussion, of this presentation. So we'll be glad if you save all of these other bits that you are saying for the fuller report, which you will finalize maybe today, tomorrow as a draft, and you send it to our executive director and the president, who will now send to everybody for their comments. And if you don't get a feedback from people after 1 week, so like in marriage, they hold their peace. But if they don't, if they have, they will share this with you, and then you will update the draft. Okay, so Prof. To summarize, to summarize, what we want now will be, or rather, what will be in the final document will be, yes, you mentioned it, the theme and the major addresses that were given, the keynote addresses, the major conclusions of the keynote addresses, and then the observations and the recommendations. So we have to make recommendation for the attainment of CESA. We have to make recommendations for the attainment of the SDGs. We have to make recommendations for the attainment of Africa we want, 2063. So we're going to have such sections. You know why? Because ACDE is the first stop and last stop for open and distance learning in Africa, and the AAU, the AUC, they recognize this as such. So you have to come out with this resolution that under the signature of the president of ACD and the executive director, it will go to African Union Commission. So they will then look at it, yes, these people, the experts in Africa are telling us that. To be able to achieve CESA, these are the things you need to do about ODEL, or whatever we want to now call it, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of capacity building, in terms of general resourcing, and all of that. we go to SDGs. We state that we are not able to attain SDGs because of for SDG 4, yes, because access is limiting, quality is a challenge. But if you get Mr. Odell into it, access will be expanded, quality will be assured, and all of that. Then you go to the third one. So that's the kind of structure that I propose for this thing. So yes, Professor Goski Alabi, our president, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much, our distinguished Prof and Chairman General. Yes, I think that the direction you have given, we are always under your mentorship, is what we are trying to follow. There has been a draft report overnight that we all went through, and it dovetails into the SDGs from SDG 4, 1 to 7.
Very good.
And links all the key presentations, particularly that of the chief guests, which relates to the SDG 4.7.
Yes.
And so that is underway. And as you said, we would finalize it and circulate. What the rapporteurs were supposed to have done was to have given an overview of the presentations that took place in the sessions, because the rest of the people were not there. But our Chairman General, you had already provided for that before we went out in the breakout sessions as much as we could. And therefore, I think that the next thing we would be looking for would be the draft communique, which will be put before the conference to consider, and that is supposed to be taken by Dr. Nguma.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm so delighted. We have a good leader. We have a good mother in ACD, and that our mother is Professor Goski Alabi. Thank you very much. Although I heard some participants say Alabai. That's I na African I-E-E, not by Alabi. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, ma'am. So we're going to listen to, Dr. Mukaila Abdullahi. I'd like to appreciate you using the methodology of Professor Lugbebiru Jegede. I'll give you 2 more sentences. Can you take 2 more sentences to round up your presentation, and then we will turn over to our Executive Director, Dr. Teresa Woma.
All right, Prof, thank you. So as rightly said by the President, I think the guidance you gave, we would follow it through and then have the comprehensive ones shared. But it was an exciting experience for us to hear the novel suggestions as to how to advance the cause of ODL in Africa.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. We thank you and members of your team. The rapportorial team, they work around the clock. I'm sure Dr. Mukaila Abdullahi, for the past 200 days, you have not slept, working hard to ensure that you get a report, together. We'll continue to wish you well, and thank you again. So now over to our Executive Director, Dr. Teresa Woma. What do you want to hear from? We want you to present to us the draft communique.
Okay.
We'd like to see you, ma'am. We'd like to see you.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman General. I'm trying to pull out the presentation, the draft. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Chair. We have come up with a draft communique, and I don't know how much time are you giving, sir?
You have maybe it's a 4-page document, and I think you can read a page because it's 1.5 spacing. You can read a page in about 3 minutes. So take 12 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And I will read it through so that we have
Yes,
a feel
yes.
of what is in the document.
Absolutely.
So that if we are going to own it, we own what we have had. The 60th African Council for Distance Education Triennial Conference was held virtually from Accra, Ghana on 28th and 29th September 2021. It was hosted by Lawe Open University College in partnership with the Association of African Universities, All Africa Students Union, Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, Ministry of Education, Ghana, and the International Council for Open and Distance Education. The 2021 conference was presided over by the honor of His Excellency Chief Professor Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, under whose leadership the National Open University of Nigeria was established. The conference was on the theme, Open and Distance Learning Amidst COVID-19, the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, and the Sustainable Development Goal 4. It brought together over 170 participants, including governments, policymakers, vice chancellors, rectors, presidents, and other leaders of higher education institutions, scholars, students, educational professionals, development agencies, educational technology investors, and private sector committed to sustainable open and distance learning in the continent and in the diaspora to review and share experiences on the progress made in the field towards the fulfillment of the goals of the CESA and SDG 4. The 2 days conference attracted over 600 participants, most of whom joined on YouTube and Facebook, drawn from Africa, African countries and beyond. In line with the aspirations of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, the ACD has embarked on a number of initiatives geared at ensuring that the strengths of ODEL is harnessed towards the achievement of both the strategic focus of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa and ultimately the SDG 4. This focus necessitated a stakeholder conference to review and share experiences on the progress made by diverse stakeholders in the open and distance education space in Africa in a bid to fulfill the goals of the CESA and SDG 4. Beyond these existing initiatives, the conference identified the following key issues and critical success factors. Number one, commitment and investments from government in infrastructure and resources for ODEL. Number two, capacity building in techno-pedagogical skills, use of artificial intelligence with emphasis on machine learning, blockchain technology, and Internet of Things in enhancing teaching, learning, assessment, and examinations. Role of open distance e-learning and TVET in the skills development agenda, policies that build confidence in ODEL through repositioning, inclusivity, social justice, and diversity in education, and collaborations and partnerships for entrenching and improving response to the new normal. Summary of the needed actions. The keys to deploy open and distance learning in the transformational agenda of the Sustainable Development Goals, the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, are a paradigm shift from the traditional brick and mortar educational concept to one that embraces openness and technology mediation. This requires a lot of advocacy and regulation of ODL in Africa to safeguard both the practice and the quality. Number two, a focus on skills, competence technology, digital literacy, and entrepreneurial-based education with particular emphasis on artificial intelligence, machine learning. Number 3, capacity building and resource development for DL in Africa. In this regard, capacity needs developed for all academic staff in blended learning delivery in Africa, not only for those in open and distance environments. Number 4, need for a heavy investment in ODL to complement traditional systems of education to respond to behavioral and technological changes. Number 5, address the perceptual challenges of ODL with hard facts to deconstruct the perception that ODL is inferior. Number 6, collaborate with the Virtual Institute of Capacity Building for Higher Education, Africa, to share practices, experiences, and innovations from around the continent. Number 7, need for national policies on recognition of prior learning and a comprehensive national qualifications framework that allow for different pathways and the credentialing. In this regard, the UNESCO framework for the recognition of prior learning could be a reference point. So what are the resolutions that we are now putting forward? We, the delegates attending the virtual 60 ACD Triennial Conference, recommend the following resolutions. Number 1, recognize that traditional methods of teaching / learning are not tenable at all times. Number 2, aware that the COVID-19 pandemic has made open and distance education or technology-mediated education an imperative. Number 3, recognize that achieving SDG 4.3 requires all higher institutions of learning in Africa to come up with the flexible modes of teaching, learning, and assessment that allow both women and men to work as well as pursue their studies and acquire needed skills and competencies. Number 4, cognizant that embracing technology-enabled learning comes with some challenges, including providing the needed resources for all at the national and continental levels. Therefore, we call on African governments to prioritize open and distance education and invest in it to cope with the new normal of education. Number 5, recognize that success in transitioning to open distance and e-learning requires concerted efforts of all players or stakeholders in higher education in Africa, and the collaboration between and among various national, regional, and international actors is very critical. Number 6, cognizant of the important role evidence play in decision-making, we call on all actors and players in ODL to embrace collaboration and partnership in research on innovative approaches in ODL in Africa. Number 7, aware that the perceived quality and actual quality of ODL may be compromised, we call on regulatory bodies to pay attention to positioning ODL in making it acceptable to the general public without compromising quality. Number 8, we acknowledge that adoption and systematic use of the ACD Quality Assurance Toolkit will provide a comprehensive tool for self-assessment as it will measure the institution's strengths and weaknesses against key ODL practices and processes. Number 9, we resolve that African Council for Distance Education will certify and publish on their website member institutions that adopt and implement the ACD quality assurance standards in collaboration with national regulatory bodies. Finally, cognizant that human development is critical to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2063, which is an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the international arena, the Africa we want. Thank you, and over to you, Chair.
Thank you so very much. You can't get it any better. Can't get any better. This is very, very heartwarming for me and for all the members. You can see Professor Christine Ofule is already clapping, and many of us. This is spot on, spot on. Surely there are, a few things to touch up, I's to dot, T's to cross, but this is not the forum to do that. If the leadership has missed out any item, you may wish to just indicate, but to say this is to be capital, that's completely editorial. And these resolutions will be sent to everybody. And because it's short, just 4 pages, I'd like to recommend that by the weekend, you should, by Saturday, today is Wednesday, by Saturday, 6 p.m. GMT, you should draw a line, and anybody who wants to put to comment on it will do so. About October 1st, you are ready to share. No, not October 1st, October 1st, Friday. Well, whatever. When you have tidied it up a week from this day, you're now able to share to the different stakeholders. But I must tell you, Dr. Teresa Mona, I must tell you, Professor Goski Alabi, I must tell all the members of the executive of ACD that this is a five-star draft communique. How will I know? 13 years ago, 13 years ago, UNESCO had a world conference on higher education. 191 countries attended. I was the rapporteur general for that conference. And my communique, the draft communique, did not come anywhere near what you have there. So yeah, I'm joking, but I was rapporteur general, by the way. So I really appreciate, what has gone into this in such short time. And what I think we want to do now is to submit a motion adopting this in the draft. If we don't have any earth-shaking comments to modify this. And I tell you, the shorter it is, the better. Like this is a 4-page document. By the time you make it 1.5 spaces, by the time you do it in a single line, which is normal thing, single line spacing, you end up with about 3 pages, which is quite good. It's better to make, Professor Goski Alabi, it's better to make 10 recommendations than to put 200 recommendations and nothing gets done. Because when this kind of thing is presented, oh, can you put this one? It's a good recommendation. Can you put this one? It's a good recommendation. Those are fine. But let us keep it short, like we have it now. So if there is, I open the door if there is an earth shaking, if there is something that is earth shaking. Our chair, Professor Olugbemi, you have the floor, sir.
I want to move a motion.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so move it. Move it along with your cup. Move it along without your cup. Move the motion and the cup. Yes,
given that this draft communique has comprehensively represented the views of all the participants, both virtual and otherwise.
Yes.
Given that it has again represented.
That's another communique on the communique. Go ahead, yes.
Given that it has represented the theme and the sub-themes and all the presentations of the 6th Triennial Conference of the ACD, and with a special understanding and representation and acknowledgement of the participation of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who gave the support and unflinching support to open and distance learning in Africa.
Yes.
I submit that this communique should be adopted, and I so move. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much, sir. I'll tell you something that many of you may know, and some of you may not know. Professor Jegede mentioned just now that His Excellency President Obasanjo, came into ODL. The truth of the matter is that it was this Professor Olugbemiro Jegede who encouraged President Obasanjo that, look, come and you've set up open, you have reactivated the National Open University of Nigeria. Oh, why don't you come and have a taste of it? So the man we celebrated yesterday, by God's grace, was through the implementation of Professor Olugbemi Jegede. So he has a motion on the floor. If you are seconding that motion, or thirding that motion, or fourthing that motion, I can see Professor Mutale Musonda. He has raised his hand. So any objection? I see none.
I wish to second that motion.
I already announced it. I already announced it. You already seconded it, sir. So thank you very much. And we would like to adopt it since there's no objection. And it will now go back to Ross for tidying up and all that. And I will personally like Professor Olugbemi Jegede to do some editorial, on the thing. If he gets to you, I would deeply appreciate that. So right. That said, sir, we are now going to presentation of awards. And I leave this to our president, Our Excellency, President Goski Alabi, to lead us through. We have ACD Distinguished Service Award, ACD Legacy Service Award, ACDE Outstanding Institution Award. And then we're going to present the Best Conference Paper Award. And after that, we're going to have the vote of thanks, and the conference will be closed by no other than our President Extraordinaire. So let's go on with the awards. I leave this section of this session to our president and to the executive director, Teresa Nwoma. Over to you, people.
Thank you very much, our professor, distinguished Professor Okebukola, and our Rapporteur General. I'm sorry, hey, how could I? And our
executive director.
General. Yes, I was thinking about the pronunciation of the name because I wanted to get it right.
Yes.
But this time I got it right, I believe.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so on behalf of the Executive Board of the African Council for Distance Education, we are very happy to present 3 awards. The first award is the ACDE Distinguished Service Award, which would be announced by no other person by our Chair General himself. And then the second award, which is the Legacy Service Award. And then the third would be the Outstanding Institutional Award or Institution Award. These 3 are the first to be awarded, by my understanding, by the ACDE. And the Executive Board has decided that every triennial conference, these awards would be repeated. On that note, I'd like to hand over to our Chair General to take over. The technical team will project the awards and say, please.
Thank you very much. We're expecting the technical team to technically guide us as we proceed with implementing this agenda item. Technical team. James Koje has started sharing his screen, meaning that your internet service is has some challenge. All right. So the first award is the ACDE, the first in the series of awards is the ACDE Distinguished Service Award. Now this is being posthumously granted, I think.
Yes.
The African Council for Distance Education has the privilege of awarding Professor Toli Salvatore Augustine Mbwete posthumously the ACD Distinguished Service Award. Humble beginnings and difficult challenges are the foundation of every good accomplishment. Thank you for shining through from your service in the University of Dar es Salaam's Institutional Transformation Program to your leadership of the Open University of Tanzania. You have left your mark on every institution and system you have been a part of, the true Midas touch. Service is the lifeblood of any organization. Everything flows from it and it is nourished by it. Your leadership of the Inter-University Council for East Africa ensure that an entire region beyond your native borders benefited from the touch. Through your work on the Association of African Universities Board, an entire continent benefited from your service. You were set apart as the leader in open and distance education in Africa, where you served as part of the governing board of the African Council of Distance Learning. Your subsequent election as president of the council cemented your role as leader of a community not limited by brick and mortar. The Mbwete Professional Library, is it professional library, allows all of us who follow to benefit from your experience and works, your legacy. For your outstanding commitment and vision for open and distance learning, please receive posthumously with compliments the ACD Distinguished Service Award, signed by Professor Dr. Mrs. Goski Alabi, President, African Council for Distance Education, conferred 28 September, today, 28 September 2021, at the, not opening ceremony, we are closing now. Okay, it was supposed to have been presented at the opening ceremony. At the opening ceremony of the 6th ACD, can you make it, you are making things smaller for me. Can you, no. Let it be bigger, magnify it now, towards the end. Yeah, that's fine. 6th ACD General Assembly and Conference, ACD Secretariat, Kenya. Now, posthumously, we recognize this great man. I can see Professor Olugbemi Rojegede clapping for him and all the others. He was a great African, a great ODEL person, and we continue to pray for, well, may so continue to rest in perfect peace. Thank you so very much. That is done. We now have the second award, which is the ACD Outstanding Institution Award. You need to make it bigger. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The African Council for Distance Education, ACD, has the privilege of awarding University of South Africa, UNISA, the ACD Outstanding Institution Award. The foundation of any great institution is rooted in service. It is the nurturing force that fuels all growth, and your motto, in the service of humanity, resonates. Your success story in education as the first public university in the world to offer higher education through distance learning is an undeniable mark of a great institution. Through your efforts, you have and still contribute to the knowledge and information society, advance development, nurture a critical citizenry, and ensure global sustainability. You offer internationally accredited qualifications and have world-class resources that inspire learners to create meaningful future on their terms. UNISA, please receive with heartfelt thanks from the open and distance education community in Africa and beyond for providing all people with access to education and being Africa's premier open and distance learning institution. For your strength and achievement rooted in the motto of the institution, please receive with compliments the ACD Distinguished Service Award, signed by the President. Thank you. So we applaud UNISA, keep up the good work, and regards to the Vice Chancellor of the institution. The next, which is the third, is the award to Professor Primrose Kurasha, posthumously given as the ACD Legacy Service Award. Success is a person who leaves the world better than they found it, and who never fails to look for the best in others or give the best of themselves. You were a pace setter in education, as you became the first female vice chancellor in Zimbabwe at the Zimbabwe Open University. Your ambition, hard work, and determination were a driving force to attaining the position of President of the African Council for Distance Education, ACDE, and Chairperson of the Distance Education Association of Southern Africa, DASA. You were a strong proponent of ACD, full of wisdom, charisma, and loyalty to your country, profession, and Africa. The impact you made here would be felt for many generations, especially women, inspired by your accomplishments, irrespective of the challenges you faced. The memories of your time as you rose through the educational ranks will forever motivate young people. For your commitment and brilliant ideas to open distance learning, please receive with compliments the ACD Legacy Service Award, signed by our President, Professor Dr. Mrs. Goski Alabi. So congratulations posthumously to a great woman, a great African, a great ODF. Thank you. So I think that will be it. We will have just a minute. I think we've done the 3 awards: the Distinguished Service Award, the Legacy Service Award, and then the ACD Outstanding Institution Award. We're going on now to a presentation of the Best Conference Paper Award. I'm yielding again to the Executive Director and the President of ACD to guide us.
Thank you very much, distinguished professor. Technical team, could you now project the results as our distinguished professor and Chair General takes over?
Thank you, President. Thank you. Technical team, we're waiting. Okay, because that's the last item before our president, before the vote of thanks, so we have to wait for it. After this, we'll have the vote of thanks, and then we'll have a president deliver a presidential speech. Yeah, I'm so sorry. You got to bear with us for a few more minutes. The technical team is still. Oh, yes, here we go. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure on your behalf to make this presentation. The best paper award to Sharon Rose Sephora and Sinidal Amina Ngubane Mokiwa. I apologize most sincerely if I pronounced the names incorrectly. But the important thing is you have won the best paper award. Your paper entitled Career Development for Students with Disabilities in Open Distance Learning Institution, a narrative inquiry. So you presented it at the 6th African Council for Distance Education Triennial Conference, held virtually on 28-29 September. And this is signed by our president, Professor Goski Alabi. So congratulations, the best paper award. The technical team, we're expecting any other, okay, that is fine. So congratulations, and it's now my honor and pleasure, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Veronica Jago. I'm going to mute everybody now, and if you don't mind, you need to, I'm muting everybody, but of course you can mute yourself when you wish, but it would be nice if you keep your microphones muted until the end of this, except you are taking the floor for something. Madam Veronica Jago, I'm sorry if I pronounce it wrongly, Senior Program Officer or Africa Students Union, would like you to move the vote of thanks. Yeah, you have an echo coming from you, Veronica Jago. The echo comes when you have several devices around you that are not muted. So mute all the devices and just unmute only one. We are waiting, Veronica Jago. We are waiting, please.
Yes.
Thank you. There's that echo. No, we can't take it. No. Don't spoil the last part of this thing. You presented at one of the sessions and it was good. So mute everything. Let them mute. An echo comes when you have several devices open. Sorry, we're waiting. Veronica Jago, we're waiting. All right, so as not to waste time, just go ahead and in the noisy environment, it's like we have a market in Lagos, called the Mushin market. It's like Mushin environment. So you go ahead and present with that noisy environment because time is not our friend. Go ahead, please. You need to unmute your microphone.
Thank you very much, distinguished chair. I believe I can go on with it now. So, distinguished chair, Madam President of ACDE, honorable guests and participants, all other protocols duly observed. On behalf of the Executive Council of the ACDE and the Secretariat, I have the honor to convey our deepest appreciation to you for participating in the 6th Triennial ACDE Conference. We are immensely grateful to you for your participation over the last 3 days. Your active participation and valuable contributions made this conference a resounding success. A special appreciation also goes to the Ministry of Education Ghana, the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, the Association of African Universities, the National Open University of Nigeria, and the All Africa Students Union for their partnership in organizing and hosting this conference. We hope the conversations about open and distance learning does not end here. We invite every participant in this conference to become an ambassador for ODEL so that we can expedite the transformation of education systems in Africa. To borrow from one of the popular sayings here in Ghana, when you hear the cock crow tomorrow morning, that will be us expressing our heartfelt thanks to you once more for your participation in the 6th Triennial Conference of the African Council for Distance Education. And we look forward to meeting with you again at the 7th Triennial Conference. God bless you all. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Veronica Jago. The cock will crow tomorrow morning, also the day after. We want cocks to be crowing to show us appreciation. So many thanks indeed. Now, my singular honor and pleasure to invite our President ACD, Professor Goski Alabi, to give us our closing remarks and close the conference. Over to you, Your Excellency, Professor Goski Alabi.
Thank you very much, our distinguished chair and my mentor. Our chief guest, His Excellency, Chief Professor Olusegun Obasanjo, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Our Chairman General, distinguished Professor Okebukula, the Minister for Education Ghana, the Director General of the GTEC, fellow academics and scholars, the President of the Commonwealth of Learning, Professor Asha Kanwa, the incoming and outgoing Director Generals, Secretary Generals of the AAU, the Director of the Institute UNESCO, the UNESCO Institute of Innovative Technology Education, Mr. Tao Zan, the UNESCO Chair on Open and Distance Education, representatives of the African Research and Education Network, Professor Boubacar Barry, the Executive Board and the Organizing Committee. I wish, on behalf of the Executive Board of the ACDE, to express our profound gratitude once again for the support you all have given us to make this conference a huge success. We are particularly grateful to our chief guest, our Baba of Africa, the professor himself, for gracing the 6th ACDE conference with his presence and also with his encouragement, as well as his assurances to continue supporting the ACDE to entrench and improve ODL as a vehicle for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and the aspirations of both the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, the CESA, and the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. The 6th General Conference has been hosted by Lawa Open University College in partnership with the Association of African Universities, the All African Students Union, ASU, the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, the GTEC, the Ministry of Education, and in particular, special thanks goes to the National Open University of Nigeria, who made so much contributions, particularly towards the pre-conference workshop and also towards this conference. We thank very much the chairman of the National Open University for his tireless commitment and contributions towards the success of this conference. Sir, distinguished Professor Okebukula, we are most grateful.
Thank you.
We also would want to observe a minute silence for one of our ACDE directors of quality assurance, Professor Israel Edu, who we lost untimely and sadly somewhere last year. May his soul rest peacefully. We would like to present the sincere apologies of the Honorable Minister for Education, Ghana, and the Director General of the GTech Ghana for their unavoidable absence yesterday because, as they explained, the National Education Week of Ghana was running at the same time as the ACDE conference, and that was the opening of that week-long activity. They also expressed their profound gratitude to our chief guest, His Excellency Chief Obasanjo, for making time on his busy schedules to be part of the meeting. They believe that they would find the opportunity to follow through on many of the contributions and recommendations he made in his speech. We want to take the opportunity to pledge that as ACDE Executive Board and members, we would do our best to follow through on the recommendations and resolutions that have been made at this conference. We hope also that we would have an opinion from the Executive Board on which institution will host the 7th ACDE Triennial Conference, as we could not form a quorum in our breakout session. I also would like to use this opportunity to encourage all institutions that are not yet members of the ACDE and individuals who wish to be part of our association to join. They could do that by getting in touch with our secretariat, and we would do well to share our contact with all the members, the databases of the people who participated in the 6th conference. On this note, distinguished Chairman General, Professor Peter Okebukula, permit me to call the 6th Triennial Conference closed, and thank you all for your participation and contributions.
Oh, wonderful. This is a glorious moment, and you've thanked all of us. We'd like to thank you too, our President, Professor Goski Alabi. The money shows the day, and we can see that you were well on track, to attain greater heights, ACD. And with somebody as intellectually powerful and a great stimulant like Dr. Teresa Mona as executive director, this ACD has great heights to go. So I will leave ourselves in the hands of God. We started, ladies and gentlemen, with prayers. We Africans, let any other region say Africans, but that's what is sustaining us, the grace of God. Why do we have low level of manifestation of COVID-19 in Africa? I think is the powerful hands of God. So we're going to close with a prayer, after which God will now disperse us with grace. So let's just take a minute. That's what the executive director normally does at the start. We'll take a minute in our individual faiths to thank God for a successful 6th ACD Triennial Conference. So you have a minute to do that. Amen. So this God that has brought us here together, the next triennium, we'll all be there by God's special grace. Thank you. Bye-bye now, and all the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
We appreciate the support you have given us, and we want all of you to be our members, individual or organizational. Thank you.